take the shuttle to get to work in Foster City. Foster City. I take the shuttle every Monday through Thursday at 8 a.m. going to Foster City and at 4:30 p.m. going home. My experience has been nothing but positive. Not only am I saving gas money and helping the environment a little, but I'm also taking time out of my day to relax because when I'm on the shuttle, I am listening to music, checking my email, and scrolling through Facebook.
The shuttle system in Foster City is free to any member of the general public. This includes residents, employees, and visitors. These shuttles run during commute hours on weekdays. Mariners Island Shuttle runs between the Hillsdale Caltrain Station and the Mariners Island area. 5 morning and evening shuttles are coordinated with Caltrain arrival and departure times. The Lincoln Center Shuttle runs between the businesses in Lincoln Center area in North Foster City and the Hillsdale Caltrain Station. There are 4 morning shuttles and 6 evening shuttles coordinated with Caltrain arrival and departure times. The North Foster City Shuttle runs between the Millbrae BART and Caltrain Station and businesses in the North Foster City area. 8 morning and evening shuttles are coordinated with BART and Caltrain arrival and departure times. Located in the center of the Bay Area, there is no shortage of ways to get to Foster City. But being in the center of the Bay Area can often mean being in the center of traffic.
The areas where there's congestion is leading on to Highway 92, and as you go down Hillsdale towards Highway 101. And that's a large function of what's occurring regionally.
The high cost of living combined with the recent job boom in Silicon Valley has caused traffic congestion to grow exponentially.
As far as traffic goes in the city, there's quite a bit of traffic in the morning and afternoon commutes during the peak hours, typically from 6 in the morning till 8, and then from about 5 p.m. till about 7 p.m. We typically experience backup locally in Foster City, and that's due to the backup on 101 and 92, and those are due to capacity issues.
Fortunately, there are many commute options for alternative transportation to get to and from Foster City.
If your primary mode is perhaps riding your bike, but you might ride your bike to the Caltrain station, then take the train, and then perhaps take one of our Commute.org shuttles for the rest of your trip, that would be multimodal.
Commute.org provides the resources for Bay Area residents to find different forms of transportation and the details they need to make their trip.
Commute.org has existed for over 20 years, and we are San Mateo County's Transportation Demand Management Agency, which means we're responsible for helping and encouraging people to find alternatives to driving alone throughout the county. There are a lot of transportation options here. Some of them are public transportation options, like Samtrans does serve this city pretty well. We also have 3 different shuttle routes that serve a lot of Foster City, primarily in where the businesses are located, but there's a lot of residential people as well. So those shuttles can then connect you up to Caltrain and to BART. And then once you get connected to the BART or the Caltrain system, you can really go just anywhere that you want to go from there.
Commute.org offers a trip planning tool on their website. Just visit Commute.org, select Plan a Trip, then enter your location and destination in the trip planner to see and compare all of your transportation options. In addition to trip planning, Commute.org offers free shuttles to Foster City residents and workers.
As new development occurs, we require that they have programs to reduce traffic. Gilead, for example, has a traffic reduction program, and they have specific targets that they need to meet. Pilgrim Triton, even though it's not a business project per se, it's a residential project, they participate in that shuttle program. So people living in the area have a way to get to BART and Caltrains without taking their car.
Commute.org has a Tri-Transit program offering free transit tickets to various transportation options. Also, incentives and gift cards are offered as a reward for starting a carpool.
Once you've started a carpool or decided to try to ride in a van pool, we offer cash incentives and gift cards for people to kind of as a reward for them to try it.
There are many benefits to using public transit. There are services you may not know about that could benefit you.
You might not know a hidden gem is the AC Transit service that comes here, and it's called the M Line. And so residents of Foster City or people who are employed here can use the M Line provided by AC Transit to connect between the East Bay and Foster City.
Also, for more information on the various transportation options that are available, Foster City residents and workers can visit connectfostercity.com for a comprehensive list of resources to shuttles, biking, Caltrain, carpooling, and bus services.
We know that we're not going to get everybody out of their car and onto a bike or into a carpool, but we do think that you can do it occasionally.
Foster City residents and workers should try public transit to improve their health, help the environment, and benefit the community by reducing traffic congestion.
Well, the housing crisis in the Bay Area has really become a major issue, particularly in the last 10 years, but it's been an issue for quite some time. But it's become much more magnified, particularly on the peninsula with the high-tech industries, and the housing crisis has really borne out of that.
So when I started, my commute would start about 6:30 in the morning. Now you have to get on the road much earlier. So the traffic in the Bay Area, as we all know, has gotten progressively worse over the last several years. It's time away from my family. It's time in the car. I currently spend a minimum of 2.5 hours a day in the car, and sometimes up to 5 hours a day in the car. That takes time away from the family. Luckily, I have a gracious boss who allows me to have a flexible work schedule. So if I didn't have that flexibility, if I worked 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, I wouldn't be able to do the job I'm doing right now. My commute is horrific.
You know, from my own experience just here at Baywood, a lot of times you know the teachers want to stay longer, they want to keep working, but they're constantly checking, when is that traffic going to be so bad that it's going to add an extra hour if I don't go now? And so it really impacts not only their work, but their level of comfort. They're sort of constantly watching the clock to make sure that they can avoid that horrific commute. What ends up happening, which is really tragic in my opinion, is we lose them. So they don't stay. I think there's really a span of time that teachers are willing to do that crazy commute before it becomes overwhelming, and then we lose them as a community, and we've lost some really great teachers. Last year, the district hired 100 new teachers, and 15 of them had to leave after signing contracts because they could not find a place to live.
Imagine if you were a parent and you walked into your child's classroom the first day of school and there was no teacher for your classroom and a substitute greeted you instead. You would be concerned about that. And in the last school year, the San Mateo Foster City School District did begin the year with less classrooms covered than usual. So we were very concerned about this and asked why. Why were we not attracting the number of teachers that we needed? And they have said to us, housing is a major concern.
We did lose one very skilled young officer to the area of Reading, where he needed to go home because of childcare issues and family issues to help with the new baby. So it is a potential aspect of longer commutes and living farther away from where they're working.
I believe we have a very low percentage. I want to say it's like 20% of our emergency responders live in the area, which is not good. If we have a big disaster and we want those people to come back in off duty, that's tough to get them back in when they're living 60 plus miles away. We love it here. This is where I was born and raised, where my wife was born and raised. I love my job, and people have asked me before, when we retire. Based on the commute, I will probably retire when I'm eligible. And that's an unfortunate thing. It's just not fun to be in the car that long.
For me, I love living in the Bay Area. I love bumping into my students at Target or their parents. I like when I'm out to eat and I see them. It makes me feel part of the community, and I think that really helps me in my profession, that I know the kids on a personal level. I know their families. They know that I'm invested in the community. They know that I care about what's happening. But again, it's just with the current situation, it's a luxury that I have that many of my colleagues don't. I think that there's a huge benefit to kids when their teachers live in the community and they see them at the store, and you get a sense of we're all in this together when teachers actually live in the communities or near the communities that they teach.
The levee is our most valuable asset. It surrounds the outer city and protects all our properties from flooding. FEMA recently completed a coastal flood study. Based on that study, the levee was found to be freeboard deficient. In order to keep properties in Foster City out of the flood zone, the levee needs to be raised. We need to raise the levee per FEMA's requirements in the recent coastal flood study analysis. Based on the height required, we need to raise the levee up to 4 feet in some areas. Foster City properties are currently out of the flood zone. By not doing any work, the properties would be placed in a flood zone, meaning that it would be in a flood zone designation. Property owners would have to purchase flood insurance if they have federally backed loans, and that could cost anywhere from $2,000 on up annually. Also, if properties are being sold, this information would have to be disclosed to potential buyers, which could also lead to a decrease in property values. We are looking at predicted sea level rise up to year 2100. Scientists have determined what the estimated sea level rise would be for years 2050 as well as years 2100. Based on that, additional improvements to the levee could be conducted beyond FEMA requirements. FEMA hired a consultant to assist them in calculating what is required to have a secure levee. Based on that analysis, they've determined that Foster City levee height did not meet the flood zone requirements. The city is currently working with a consultant on a preliminary design, and we're also working with regulatory agencies to determine what the environmental requirements are. Seclusion mapping is a temporary designation given by FEMA, which keeps properties in Foster City out of the flood zone. Last year, we presented the design alternatives to the City Council. Based on their direction, they instructed us to proceed with the hybrid design alternative. The hybrid design is a combination of a sheet pile and earthen backfill on the interior side of the pile, which minimize the aesthetics of looking at a wall. This alternative is used for a majority of Foster City's levees. The remaining protective levee system will be a combination of existing high grounds, raised earthen levees, and concrete walls depending on the existing conditions that we have to work with, and also based on the selected sea level rise design scenario. Restoring wetland areas will be determined by the regulatory agency requirements. We are going to minimize the amount of improvements that we need to construct in order to keep costs at a minimum. The estimated cost for the project is currently at $75 million. Based on any additional amenities included with the project, the estimated cost could increase. Bushes and trees can be incorporated on the interior side of the wall to minimize any site impacts. We will get input from the public and present it to the City Council for consideration. Currently, the city is working with a financial consultant to determine funding alternatives for the project. Once we determine what those alternatives are, we will present it to the City Council for further direction and consideration. The raising of the levee will block some views, but we will do our best to minimize this. We will be providing cross-sections on how those views will be impacted for property owners, and we will present those during community meetings. We are anticipating to raise the interior side along the trail so the trail users' views will be maintained. We are looking to be completed raising the levee by mid-year 2020. This is based on an aggressive schedule. If we get all the required information and approvals from the regulatory agencies, we should meet that schedule.
The levee is one of Foster City's most important assets. Your input is important to us because improving our levee is a shared responsibility that will ensure the safety and sustainability of Foster City for years to come. Thank you for watching this video. For project updates and to sign up to receive more information, please visit our city's website.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Fan. I'm a management analyst with the City Manager's Department, and I've been with the City of Foster City since mid-2014. If I could describe my job in one word, I would say collaborative. My primary responsibility as a management analyst is to provide administrative, technical, and analytical support to the City Council and City Manager. What I strive to do in my position is to provide that strategic foresight into what the city is doing to make sure it's in alignment with the community's goals. In addition, in my role, I'm also involved in the development and management of citywide policies and procedures. Another key responsibility I would say about my position is just to assist the city in its citizen engagement and community outreach efforts. I think what's rewarding about working in local government is you're able to see the impact that you make every single day. It's nice just to be able to give residents the information that they're looking for when they call. When I first graduated from college, I knew that I wanted to find a career that offered me a strong sense of purpose. And I was fortunate enough to have found that with a career in local government.
What are your favorite Bay Area sports teams?
San Jose Sharks, hands down.
What is your favorite Foster City park?
Leo J. Ryan Park.
What do you love most about Foster City?
The community.
What is your favorite Bay Area weekend getaway place?
Wine Country, Napa Valley.
What TV show are you currently binge watching?
American Crime Story. Is that what it's called? Sorry.
If you've got 7 minutes, you've got time for a full body workout. Hi, I'm Noel Prado with the Foster City Police Department, and we're here at Shorebird Park on this beautiful day, and I'm going to be sharing some information about the new fitness court. The new fitness court is a free outdoor gym and designed for adults of all ages and abilities. It features 7 full body exercises that be completed in 7 minutes and is proven and shown to burn more calories per minute than other forms of exercises. So to get started, there's 3 steps. Step 1, download the fitness app from the App Store and create an account. Step 2, watch the how-to videos and learn each routine. Step 3, once you've got each routine down, go to the train button and listen to the audio guide, where a professional trainer will lead you through the exercises. We'll see you at the new fitness court at Shorebird Park.
Welcome to Penelope's Coffee and Tea. My name is George Fandudiaki and I'm one of the co-founders. We've been serving coffee since we were little kids, me and my brothers. We started on the San Francisco ferry boats with my grandfather, serving coffee when we were like 8-9 years old with him. We wanted to bring the public house back to Foster City. It's something from the Greek heritage. Where we're from in the village, a coffee shop was more of the community space. Growing up in Foster City, we never really had that. So when we saw the opportunity here for Penelope's, we really ran for it. Let's take a look inside. So one of the real unique things is we have about 12 to 13 different blends of coffee that we've all locally roasted, that we've developed in-house. Each blend has a story behind it and why we've developed it, as well as the teas, and has a unique flavor offering for our customers. How we make our Penelope's Greek coffee, it's actually called boiled coffee. So we actually put the grinds in the pot with water, and then once it becomes to a boil and the crema starts coming up, we take it off the burner and pour it in a cup, and you let the grind settle to the bottom. It really brings back the feel of how they used to make it in Greece, is where they used to put the coals in the sand to boil the coffee. So we've brought it up to modern times with our unique style on how we do it. Since opening in 2014, we've expanded throughout Foster City. We have this one at Gilead Sciences. We also have one at Visa, as well as a juice bar on Gilead's campus as well. A lot of customers have come in and actually been taking the cups with them on their summer vacations, on their vacations around the world. It's real fun. They take the cup with them and take pictures in unique spaces. And then we feature them on our Penelope's Around the World wall. So one of our most popular things is the Penelope's omelets. We're actually one of the first companies to do it like this, where you can get a fresh omelet made to order, and it takes about 4 to 5 minutes. And about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I got the Penelope's number 7 omelet.
My name is Joydeep Ganguly. I'm the Senior Vice President of Corporate Operations within Gilead Sciences. Gilead Sciences is one of the world's leading biotechnology companies. It's had a rich history and tapestry of trying to make meaningful contributions towards the unmet disease states. We've been in Foster City since our founding in 1987. Our mission and focus is around developing, discovering, and commercializing therapies for patients with truly debilitating diseases. So that's a mission, a passion that sort of binds the entire Gilead community together, and it's one that we're incredibly proud of. But a big part of what we're also trying to focus on is we're actually leaving a legacy for generations to come. And in that vein, what we have embarked upon in Gilead Sciences is one of the most ambitious sustainability plans in the industry. In 2016, we articulated a bold ambition to actually reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 25%. So we have a deep passion for our patient community, but we balance that with an equally passionate commitment towards our local community. And we approach that passion and operationalize that in many ways, be it in terms of the grants we give local organizations, to actually how we operationalize access of our medicines around the world. I often describe Foster City as not just the place where we have our buildings, but it's where we do our magic. Buildings behind me right now, 324, 357, these labs. This is where, alchemy turns into reality, where science fiction becomes actual science. Or rather, one of the biggest reasons we continue to invest here is our relationship with the local organizations and community. Penelope's Coffee and Tea is one of those examples where we've got them in 2 locations over here. They're very fondly recognized by all the local Foster City. So we see our role as not just the stewards of some of the local priorities, but actually working hand in hand with the city, the council, the community on advancing Foster City's agenda forward. And we recognize that the leadership position we enjoy is a privilege and a responsibility as much as it is a endorsement of what we've achieved thus far.
Hello, I'm Mayor Sam Hindi. As your mayor, I'm pleased to present you the Community Annual Report for fiscal year 2018-2019 that recounts a year of dedication by your City Council, city staff, residents, and businesses. Here's a quick rundown of our most significant accomplishment over the past year. 1. Foster City maintained a healthy operating reserve and a general fund balance of $44.4 million at the end of June 2019. 2. Creation of San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department. The fire departments in the cities of Belmont, Foster City, and San Mateo joined together to form the San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department. 3. Economic development. The city welcomed 97 businesses to Foster City and initiated the Get It Here Support Local Foster City campaign to support the retention and expansion of independent and locally owned businesses that serve our community. 4. Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvement Project. Foster City and the City of San Mateo made significant progress in the Clean Water Program to upgrade the shared sewer infrastructure. Foster City issued bonds in the amount of $33.8 million to begin the upgrade of the plant. 5. Workforce housing. In September 2018, the City Council approved an amendment to the General Development Plan to allow 22 workforce housing units at Pilgrim and Triton Drive in Foster City. 6. Address traffic congestion. In December 2018, the City Council initiated the Traffic Relief Pilot Program to address traffic congestion and cut through traffic from eastbound East Hillsdale Boulevard during peak afternoon commute hours. 7. Enhance Foster City sustainability efforts. To meet Foster City sustainability goals, the city installed electric charging stations at the library parking lot. 8. Relocated the post office. City staff collaborated with Congresswoman Jackie Spears' office to relocate the post office to Alma Lane. 9. Maintain public safety. Foster City was the 12th safest city in California and the 98th safest city in the nation. 10. Engage the community. To continue to enhance dialogue between the city and residents, we held one community dialogue series and solicited feedback through several surveys. That's the top 10 biggest accomplishments of fiscal year 2018-2019. Thank you again to our City Council, city staff, residents, and businesses who work together every day to ensure our city remains the best place to live, work, and play.
This is where you can help by using our Foster City Access app to report non-emergency issues. To get this app, go to the Play Store on your Apple or Android device and download it for free. By working together, we can continue to access the great things that Foster City has to offer.
My name is Frank Schoening. I am the wastewater superintendent. I've been working for the city for 24 years. My main responsibility is to keep the city in compliance with permitting and reporting on a monthly basis. Wastewater management in a nutshell is collecting over 2 million gallons of wastewater every day and pumping it to the treatment plant. And the reason it's important is because without management, it would not get pumped. There'd be backups in housing, there'll be backup on the street, and eventually goes to the bay, and that would not be good, and we would be out of compliance with any state regulations of any kind. So when you flush your toilet, all of that liquid, or when you run your dishwasher, or when you're actually doing dishes, taking a shower, all runs down the pipe, goes into the wastewater system, and then our maintenance workers have to pump that, and then it needs to get pumped down to the treatment plant. The wastewater department has 66 miles of pipe that we clean on a yearly basis. They got a crew of 2 that's out there every day cleaning them. We also have a crew of 4 that does pump station maintenance. We have 49 pump stations, 108 pumps, and we also have a TV crew that goes out on a daily basis and videotapes with the CC camera all of our lift stations and all of our lines. My favorite part of the job is getting out and working with the crew. I've started out on the crew, out on the field, and
getting out of the office, working with the crew, you know, that's probably my favorite part of the job.
What are your favorite Bay Area sports teams?
San Francisco 49ers.
What is your favorite Foster City park?
Sea Club.
What do you love most about Foster City?
The lagoons.
Favorite Bay Area weekend getaway place?
Napa Valley.
And is there movies coming up that you're looking forward to?
The new Star Wars movie.
How do I take the 2020 census? In March 2020, every address in the country will receive an invitation to complete a simple questionnaire. And there are 3 ways to respond. Number 1, do it online. Number 2, call by phone. Number 3, send it by mail. For those who don't respond, a census taker from your community will follow up and assist you. Shape your future. Start here. Visit 2020census.gov.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
Ooh, I have a loyalty card. Oh God. Is it this one? This one? Oh, sorry. Think of a card. I got one.
You know, you don't have to carry all those around. With Stamp Me, Foster City's new loyalty app, all of those are in one place. So once you get 10 stamps, you get rewarded.
Not having to carry all these around? That would be like...
Stamp Me. Support local, get rewarded.
Hello everyone, I'm Jeff Moneta, your city manager. Welcome to our March 2020 edition of What's New Foster City, a monthly video series that keeps you up to date on our city's events, projects, and news. Here are the top stories. Foster City's green events officially kick off this month with the compost giveaway. Come down to the boat park on March 21st from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to pick up free compost that can be used on your lawns, gardens, or potted plants. Arrive early to this popular event since supply is limited. Proof of residency will also be required. Also, show your pride in Foster City and enter the Home is Foster City photo contest. Email us a photo and caption that shows why Home is Foster City to you, and you'll be entered for a chance to win a gift card. Election Day is also approaching on March 3rd. Drop off your ballot at a Dropbox location, including one that's located in front of City Hall, or visit any vote center in person. Foster City vote centers are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at the Recreation Center at 650 Shell Boulevard, and also at Bayside Church, located at 1401 Beach Park Boulevard. On March 24th at 3 p.m., please join the city at Farragut Park for a ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the new playgrounds at Arcturus, Edgewater, Farragut, and Killdeer Parks. Celebrate spring with the Holy Festival in Foster City. Take part in colored powder fun and festivities on March 28th from 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. at Leo Ryan Park. Get your taste buds ready for Off the Grid, returning April 1st. Food trucks are rolling back into the Leo Ryan Park parking lot on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Lastly, did you know that Foster City was ranked amongst the 10 top safest cities in California? Thank you to the Foster City Police Department for all you do to keep our community safe. I'm Jeff Moneta, and those were our top stories. Remember, let's make 2020 in Foster City a year of perfect vision. Thank you, and we'll see you next time for another edition of What's New Foster City.
Marlene and Jen, can you turn off your camera right now so the Reach is the only person on the screen? Thank you. Jen, can you turn off your camera? Jen Lou?
I think she did.
Did she? It looks like she's still there.
Oh, she's back on. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Jen?
Welcome to the City of Foster City Estero Municipal Improvement District special meeting of Wednesday, March 18th, 2020, 6:30 p.m. Teleconference participants are council members, directors Richo Wasti, Herb Perez, will participate by teleconference pursuant to Governor Newsom's executive order. Pursuant to the Ralph Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953, all votes shall be by roll call due to said council members, directors participating by teleconference. Speakers may submit comments on any agenda item via email prior to the meeting by sending those comments to publiccomment@fostercity.org.
Thank you. I call the meeting to order. Before we get started, I'd like to make a short statement. In response to the coronavirus, we're taking extra efforts to support and protect our community. People attending the meeting are required to comply with the governor's order on social distancing by maintaining 6 feet of separation from other persons. Thank you to the Foster City community for your patience and cooperation during this difficult time. As we move forward together, please continue to be kind and supportive of one another. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Council members ex officio EMID directors Richa Awasti.
Present.
Sanjay Gahani.
Present.
Sam Hindi.
Here.
Herb Perez. I think that might be Herb Perez. Say absent for now. And Mayor President Catherine Mahanpour.
Here. Next item, please.
Item 3, public. Item 3, very public, this is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items listed on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, can we kind of, point of order here, kind of get this music off?
Yes.
Thank you.
We need to get this.
We will pause the meeting.
Priscilla, should I get someone in the back?
So you can see the number was transmitted.
We're just pausing here for technical difficulties, see if we can get this straightened out.
Herb?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Councilmember Perez, could you please put your mic on silent right now?
Thank you.
So we do have public comment, but I can read them into the record once we get to those items.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Item 4, City EMID Consent Calendar. All matters listed under Consent Calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council Board of Directors and will be enacted by one motion unless removed by a member of the Council, Board, staff, or public. And we do have a public comment for item 4.3.1. That's the request to agendize creating a City Council subcommittee to address expiring affordable housing at Foster's Landing. And I'll read that into the comment.
Thank you.
So this is from Evan Adams. Dear City Council, I support and agree with Charlie Brunitsky on the idea of a subcommittee regarding Foster's Landing. Should the council consider a subcommittee to address the Foster's Landing item, I would very much appreciate being considered to participate. I have already attended a Foster's Landing tenants meeting and am active with regional groups who support tenants and affordable housing. I was careful to listen only at the meeting so to gather information. This is a tragedy happening in our city. As a renter, this is a subject I've shown a broad breadth of knowledge and interest in to each of you in the past. I am at your service. Regards, Evan Adams.
Thank you. So since we had a public comment on that, we'll have to take that off the consent calendar and discuss? No?
No, you don't need to take it off. If you may if you wish, but you don't need to.
Okay. I haven't had any other requests to remove any items or for comment or anything on the consent calendar, so I'm looking for a motion.
Move to adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Awasthi?
Yes.
Gahani?
Aye.
Hindi?
Yes.
Perez?
No.
Mayor Mahanpour?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with council members Awasthi, Gahani, Hindi, and Mahanpour voting yes, and Councilmember Perez voting no.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 5, new business. 5.1, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Foster City ratifying the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency caused by the threat of novel coronavirus COVID-19 and authorizing an extension of the existence of a local emergency.
Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight it is recommended that the City Council ratify the Director of Emergency Services proclamation of the existence of a local emergency regarding COVID-19. On Monday, March 16, 2020, I, as your city manager and acting as Director of Emergency Services, proclaimed the existence of a local emergency due to conditions and threatened conditions of peril due to the expansion of the COVID-19 virus. Pursuant to California Government Code Section 8630, the City Council must ratify a proclamation made by the Director of Emergency Services within 7 days of the proclamation, or the proclamation will lose its effect. The City Council must thereafter reevaluate whether to continue the declaration of a local emergency at least once every 30 days. The Council is now asked to ratify the March 16, 2020 proclamation. Through the action of proclaiming a local state of an emergency, the city is now authorized to receive mutual aid resources from the state of California to assist in response to and containment of the spread of COVID-19, and is eligible for cost recovery funds related to response to the COVID-19 outbreak. And that concludes my staff report. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Hindi.
Question for Jean. Jean, regarding the Brown Act, so here we are in a state of emergency in the city of Foster City, and we need to take some operational actions, if you will, react to this fluid condition that's going on. And so the Brown Act, if it's not a policy item, does that prohibit the council from participating in taking emergency actions, whether, for example, I know it's not going to happen because we have an EOC countywide and we have an EOC with San Mateo and Belmont, but that's these kind of actions, or are those also limited by the Brown Act?
So they are limited by the Brown Act, but I will note that yesterday the governor further relaxed the Brown Act requirements. So after this meeting, you will not be, during the state of emergency, required to provide a physical place for the public to attend. Meetings can be done completely electronically. The Brown Act does provide that if there is a dire emergency, and I don't think we have that situation at this point, you could call an emergency meeting, which requires only an hour's notice. You can also hold special meetings during this time. Those require 24 hours notice.
Okay, so special meeting, meaning do they have to be, so I'm talking about, let's say, council need to consult with staff to take an action, whether we want to, I mean, I can't think of a specific example, but let's say we want to activate CERT, and I know it's not us, it's a fire department that does. But these kind of operational decisions that will assist and help the community and make us being proactive, not reactive. Do we have that capacity?
Well, you could call, as I said, you could call the meeting on as 24-hour notice, or if there is a dire emergency, the 1-hour notice. And in the meantime, what staff will be doing is providing you with information on a regular basis about what we are doing to respond, much of which is directed by the county health officer. And so, to be frank, there's not a whole lot for you to do. But it's really being driven by the health officer and by the governor's office and rolling down the directives to local agencies.
Okay. Now, as far as information being shared, like I know we have the county holding a daily phone call, and they have directed the cities and the school boards to only have 2 representatives due to the Brown Act. And these are not a policy meetings, if you will. They are phone calls as an update of information. Is that what the Brown Act really applies to? Yes. People being informed about?
Yes, we did have, I will say all of the city attorneys in the county have been having regular calls with the county counsel's office as well, and this came up in a call yesterday that we had, and there's agreement across all city attorneys that that would constitute a Brown Act violation, because during those calls there are substantive discussions. The county counsel's office, along with other county councils, is continuing to lobby the governor to further relax the Brown Act, and if he does, then perhaps those calls could be expanded, but at this point we are all in agreement that those are Brown Acted calls and they should be limited to 2 individuals from each elected body.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Awasthi, any questions?
No questions, thanks.
Councilmember Perez, questions?
No.
Okay, any comments?
No.
No comments? Okay, then I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second?
So I have a motion and a second to ratify the proclamation, and we have roll call vote.
Councilmember Awasthi,
Yes.
Gahani,
Yes.
Hindi,
Yes.
Perez,
No.
Mayor Mahanpour.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1. Council members Awasthi, Gahani, Hindi, and Mayor Mahanpour voted yes, and Councilmember Perez voted no.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 5.2, consideration of proposal to co-sponsor a carnival-only event with the Chamber of Commerce on May 29th through 31st, 2020.
Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The item before you for council consideration consists of a request from the Chamber of Commerce, a proposal to co-host a carnival rides only event with the Chamber of Commerce during the period of May 29 through 31, 2020. On February 18, staff met with representatives from the Chamber of Commerce to discuss the City Fest event. At that time, the Chamber had indicated that their board has not yet made a decision as to whether they will be moving forward with that event. They indicated that they may be offering carnival rides to the city as a co-sponsored event. I asked in return that they provide us with the details via letter in order for us to attach the letter to our staff report in preparation of tonight's agenda item. Tonight, it is recommended that the City Council review the Chamber of Commerce's proposal and provide direction to staff by minute order on its response to the proposal. To give you some background regarding this item, the Chamber approached staff, as I mentioned, for a co-sponsored event for carnival rides only. The Chamber has a contract with Butler Amusements Incorporated, a highly popular carnival company. Traditionally, the carnival event has been part of the overall City Fest event. As the Chamber determines whether to host City Fest this year, the Chamber has asked if the city would be interested in co-hosting this event during that period that I mentioned. Butler Amusements Incorporated has given a deadline of no later than March 20, 2020 for the Chamber to commit to the carnival. Under the proposal, the Chamber of Commerce would book the carnival ride vendor and would split all proceeds from ticket sales with the city. The city would contribute in-kind services and equipment necessary to co-host the event. And as shown on attachment 3, that equates to 32 hours of a park maintenance worker, which totals $4,640 in lieu services. The carnival ride event would be set up in the parking lot only of the recreation center. Since the parking lot will not be usable, the recreation center would be closed for other uses and associated costs would apply. The Chamber of Commerce would arrange for off-site parking, making the street closure unnecessary. No additional police, fire, or other technical city staff will be assigned to the event. However, staff believes other expenses such as power washing the parking lot after the event is complete. There are opportunity costs for the loss of revenue for the large room rentals at the rec center, and limited janitorial services would be incurred and the responsibility of the Chamber. These costs have been factored into the fees for the event. Based upon the Chamber's proposal, for the city to co-host a carnival ride event with the Chamber of Commerce, the cost to the Chamber would be approximately $9,122.46, as detailed in attachment 3. Based on staff's experience with a carnival ride vendor during a recent city event, the estimated revenue to be generated is approximately $30,000. According to the Chamber's proposal, 50% or approximately $15,000 will be returned to the city as the event co-sponsor. Please note that as of this evening, I am not aware of the Chamber Board moving forward with the originally planned overall City Fest event. Please also note that due to the COVID-19 situation, the county is advising that all events larger than 50 attendees be canceled. The event is proposed on May 29 through 31, and it seems unlikely that the coronavirus situation will be resolved by the time frame of the event. Staff now seeks the council's direction on responding to the Chamber's proposal of a carnival rides only event. If the event deviates from carnival rides only, we would need to go back to City Council for direction. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Questions?
Comments?
Okay. Vice Mayor Gahani.
So I've reached out to the chamber and confirmed with them that, I want to make sure this is clear. Like, this is not, a priority discussion for the city or the chamber at this time, right? So, but in the course of their business operations, the chamber does wish to plan forward as if normalcy will resume by the end of May. They do need direction so that the chamber can determine if it moves forward on this item with the city taking part or on its own. I don't think this is something the city should be spending time on at this time. I believe the chamber has been given guidance on the cost, as City Manager Moneda mentioned, the $9,000 and change cost to use the parking lot for the carnival if they would like to move forward. And I think the question for us is if we have any interest in having the city co-sponsor the event. So that's for our discussion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Hindi.
Comment, thank you.
I
So
have
I want to
comment.
first,
Councilmember Hindi is speaking.
okay, thank you. I want to thank the chamber for reaching out to the city and for working with the city in cooperation with the city to hold a community event, but clearly we have a situation now with the COVID-19 that those times of May 29 and May 31st probably are not realistic times where we'll be past this episode. But the bigger dialogue I think that we need to have is if the chamber is willing and the city is willing to have a working relationship to hold a community event for the community to come together and enjoy. I think that's something positive that need to be explored. So I want to applaud the chamber for doing that. And my understanding that the chamber's proposal was not detailed in scope. It was basically, would the city be interested in holding a carnival event together, and left it up to council to decide how big and what it would entail and so forth. Is that true, Jeff?
My understanding was that it was only Carnival Rides was the offer, so we were focused, due to the limited time to deliver the event, to focus only on the rides.
Yeah.
Based on staff's workload, this is prior the COVID-19 situation, staff determined that from our workload, we could not conduct a full event as a co-sponsored event.
Right. No, and I don't think, if I read this correctly from what I know, I don't think the chamber has requested a full event. The chamber basically put the idea, we want to hold a community event. Is there an interest? And if there's an interest, what do you want to do? Come back to us and let's have a dialogue what we could do to have a good event for the city. And as you know, we had talked last year that the City Fest got canceled last year, a decision that the chamber had made. And I was one of those who said from this dais, it'll be great for this community to have two events, whether the chamber event happening and then the city did the summer days. So it'll be great to have both. So I think if the chamber is reaching out, I think it's something worthy exploration, and I'm in favor of exploring it further. But definitely the timeline now, May 29th and May 31st, I hope I'm mistaken. I would be more than happy to get something together real quick and make it work if we have COVID-19 behind us. But from what we know, it seems highly unlikely that this would be past us by May or June or July, maybe. We'll see.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez.
So I'm glad that you'll be one of the last sets of comments that I get to make. And I chuckle in amusement, and in part because The chamber has dug a hole for itself with the event, and they have to commit to a vendor, and they're looking for us again to pick up their business and be one of the sponsors and one of the guarantors of the event. By no stretch of the imagination should the city be in the business of that event because it's their event. If they have an obligation to Butler, which they're trying to fulfill, that's a private business obligation that they have with Butler, which to speak quite frankly, that they need to fulfill. Whether or not there's a community event that the council or the city holds, it should hold. But if it's going to get in the business of sponsoring events, it should open up a RFP so that that event can be held by anyone, because there's nothing unique about the event that would make it unique, that we can't, I don't believe that it's legal, nor do I believe it's practical, nor do I believe it's ethical to have that event run by the chamber. It would have to be opened up to an RFP, just like the windsurfing contract would be, and get the best deal. In the alternative, if the council, for whatever reason, decides to move down that path, it should at least recoup, as a sponsor, half the cost that the chamber would be. So if you want to sponsor the event as a half-half, then you have to sponsor it and you absorb half the cost of the parking lot closure and half the other cost of the city in its full cost recovery model would, unless the council has now chosen not to follow its full cost recovery, which nothing would surprise me. Finally, in the alternative, the final comment on all this would be, when you're looking at these events, and you're looking at them as a cost structure, and you're looking at them as RFPs, which they should be, what do they add to the community? There's nothing different in this event than the summer days, other than the summer days weren't run in a professional manner to yield the most money that you could have yielded for it to the benefit of the community. It would be better energy spent for the city and its limited staff's ability to understand how to run events, to run that event better and to yield the economic impact that it could for the city. So if we're going to be in the business of having events, having an event where we bail out once again the chamber has never been forthcoming with as it's required with its nonprofit status to provide its budget to us. When we gave them the budget, asked to see what they have, they don't provide that. They don't provide their bylaws to members. They've made numerous violations of nonprofit law, and an actual member of the chamber can't get the information, and they refuse to give it to the city. The other part that's in part laughable is the idea that this was given to us for us to source out and to do the work on. They're coming to us asking us for sponsorship. If they want you to write a check, and then get what you can get for the check. But to do both the check, to manage the event, and to run the event is not what we do as a city, nor is it was. In a final sense, I heard the city manager say that there would be no staff required. Well, that's simply not true. Whether or not there is an event or not, and if there is an event at the city with a carnival of the magnitude, in the time that I've been on the city council, there was a guy who jumped off the roof of the rec center, another guy who jumped through a window and needed stitches, and numerous guys that have been arrested at the event. So once you have a carnival, what you have, and this is why other cities that do this more professionally, they cost the police out because there's additional police presence that needs to be there, and needs to be accounted for, and needs to be paid for, in addition to what other medical services would be necessary. So the idea that you would have an isolated event in a parking lot that wouldn't have any impact to the city at all, I beg to differ. In fact, it would have a significant impact, and in most cases, it has the most impact because it draws the most amount of people in a limited period of time and at night. And those people aren't always families with young kids. Those are young teenagers or young adults who end up getting in trouble. But again, this won't be a problem for me. I don't think that the city should be wasting time on this, because in conversations with the people that I've talked to, this event of closure in the city, and that's probably a better conversation, which hasn't been agendized, is going to be more like 3 months or 4 months, and it's certainly not going to be till May. So by May, there's not going to be anybody that's going to be able to hold an event of this magnitude in this county or probably in the country. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Awasthi, do you have some comments? Questions?
Sure. Just some comments. So I agree that timing is not right at this time for us to discuss this. But just as a guidance from a policy standpoint, and I spoke with City Manager Moneda and Jean on this one too, I think that whatever we decide to do should be consistent with, if not what we have done in the past, but what we want to do going forward. So we should not do anything more or anything less for the chamber, and look at this request, keeping in mind that it will set a precedent. So that's very important. That said, I am in agreement with with partnership with chamber and exploring that further. So I would be supportive of that. But I would be very cautious in doing anything anything special, either positive or negative, because by doing that we'll be setting a precedent. So if we are splitting the revenue, for example, the profit, for example, we should consider looking at the cost also and have that that split also. So things of that nature, which probably are not the right time to discuss, but those would be my comments. So in summary, I'm open for partnership, open to exploring working together, but I want to set a good precedent that we can repeat for other opportunities similar to this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
I think we have a public speaker.
okay, thank you.
Evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Joanne Bohegan. I'm the Vice Chair of the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm joined this evening by Dan Demers, who is on the Board of Directors and serves with me. When this conversation began, the intention to explore the opportunity to jointly produce an event began once we realized that our community, regardless of the priorities that each of our organizations have, that we feel a responsibility that we need to demonstrate that we're capable of working together on behalf of the community. The discussion and representation of the invitation that was made to the city in the staff report, suffice it to say, we do not agree with the representation that was made in the staff report. And out of deference and appreciation for the fact that talking about a carnival tonight, in light of everything that our community and the greater region is experiencing, is troubling, because as the Chamber of Commerce, we have been heads down working around the clock to support our business community in this time. And we look forward to Vice Mayor Gihani sharing with you some of those things later in his comments. The intention, we have received the response for IDEC fees for CityFest 2020. But when we were looking at it, we still have questions with respect to the cost recovery policy. We do not question that the City Council has created a cost recovery policy. We do not even question that we are to pay fees. What we have been questioning, and the reason primarily we took the pause last year with respect to CityFest 2019, is that respectfully we challenge that a model exists in which the City Council and staff can fairly and non-arbitrarily implement this policy, not for the Chamber of Commerce, but for any and all organizers. And to that end, we have done what we can to identify models to address some of the questions and demonstrate some of the programs that we see other cities putting into place. One as recently as forwarding information from the city of Burlingame with their fiscal policy. All we were looking for was an opportunity to say, hey, if the board of directors decides that it cannot move forward with CityFest this year in good conscience because it does not feel that its questions that have been raised have been sufficiently addressed in the public, that in order, may I have the additional time to
You can have a minute to wrap up. Thank you.
to be able to address this productively, what we wanted to do was make sure that we could explore every opportunity in offering an amenity to our youth. And in these times, as much as it seems like a carnival may be trite, one of the things that the private sector has the ability to do is plan forward and to adapt. And all we were looking to do is to identify opportunities to be able to continue to provide the community with an amenity. At this time, obviously, a co-hosted event from the city is not something that we believe the city should be spending its time and resources on. We have an approved street closure from the City Fest 20 process, and now we understand the costs. If the Chamber of Commerce wished to put forth the risk of hosting a carnival. We have the information we need to proceed with the exception of that direction. To the comments made.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but.
I need to ask to be able to complete this because we are not given the opportunity, and comments were once again made that are completely untrue and defamatory. And I would simply briefly like to make a statement.
Can you wrap it up in a minute?
I absolutely can.
Okay, 1 minute.
We are excited about what it is that we are going to be capable of doing together and the work that we are currently doing now and the relationships that we have with all of the members of executive staff and the community and the leverage that we can bring. The remarks made by outgoing Councilmember Perez are unilaterally false. His remarks are defamatory. We have remained silent for the last 2 years, and we have no intention of gracing them with any dignity other than to say to the public that we are beyond question, and if anyone was to come to the Chamber of Commerce and follow the process and procedure like any other organization, we would be happy to share the details. We are not bankrupt. We have never been stronger. We are growing, and we are here to support the city and its endeavors. We are working with the business community, and we applaud the, if you will, the identity that we have as a strong Chamber of Commerce in the county. So thank you. I will follow up with City Manager Mineta on final direction and costs, and a communication that will come directly from the Chamber of Commerce as an update to the open letter that was released in March of 2019 will be forthcoming. Thank you, and thank you for all of your service in the next few days, because it's going to be crazy.
Thank you. So I have a question. So if we did some kind of a joint event with the chamber in the future, as a government entity, would we have to send it out for proposals, requests for proposals?
I don't think you necessarily have to send it out for a request for proposals, but I think you would be obligated to consider any request you had from any other organization that would come after that, and need to be very mindful of not engaging in any sort of discriminatory behavior. So I think Councilmember Awasti made a good point that in looking at this request, or you need to look at the bigger picture of what kind of policy you're setting if you do a joint event.
Mm-hmm. Right. So the safest thing would be to send it out for like the carnival rides, to ask for other people who might want to do the event.
Well, I think I'm saying something slightly different, and that is I think you can consider a request from a particular organization to co-sponsor an event, and this being the first one that you've received. Mm-hmm. But I think as you look at this, you need to look at the bigger picture of how would you determine in the future that you want to respond to these requests, because this comes from the chamber. You could have a request from, pick any organization you could think of who might come next, and if your answer to this one is yes, then I think you're establishing a practice, if not a policy, that you are interested in co-sponsoring, and as a governmental entity, you can not then discriminate and pick one organization because you support their mission and reject another because you don't support their mission.
So setting precedents might be a little dangerous for us.
I think it's something you need to think through very carefully.
Okay. My comments on this
So
is...
I have.
Go ahead.
No, I'll
Councilmember
wait,
Perez?
Catherine. I can go after you're done.
Okay. My comment is, at this time, I'm not inclined to be looking at this as an event in May, because from all the conversations I've been having with the county, Jackie Spear, and others, this is going to be an event. The COVID-19 is going to be, it's not going to be taken care of in a couple of months. This is going to be something that we're going to be looking at for a few months. So I really don't think this is a very good time to be talking about an event that would attract definitely more than 50 people. I think it might put us, I agree with Councilmember Owasi that it might put us in a situation where we are going to be hard. It would be hard for us to go ahead and say yes to this and then no to something else without some certain guidelines. So if we decide to do this, I think it might be a good idea for us to set some guidelines or some kind of procedures that we would go through in order to be able to justify our decisions in other matters like this. Those are my comments. Councilmember Perez, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just two. One, defamation would be if, I have a pretty good understanding of it. Defamation is if it wasn't true. So pretty much everything I said was true. As a business, I was denied access to the chamber's books and bylaws as required by nonprofit law. As a council member and as a council, we made a request to see the chamber's budget where they would do their expenditures, and they refused to provide those. And so that's just to make sure the record is clear. With regard to the other comments made, the mayor and Councilmember Owasi are correct. And in fact, if you were to unilaterally do this and offer this opportunity to the chamber, then you would have to offer it to many other organizations, the Palestinian organization, the Ku Klux Klan, the Jewish Defense League, and quite frankly, even a business, because you can't use city resources without having that. We looked at this and have been looking at this for quite some time. With regard to the final comment, there was a comment made that there was a street closure granted. That street closure can easily be ungranted by the council should it so choose. And in fact, in light of the coronavirus epidemic, I think it is something that has been dealt with by the county, but I think that the city itself needs to consider whether that's practical or even probable and give the chamber some direction so that it can move on to other ways. With regard to the last comment, which is that this is a way for the chamber to partner with the city, in the illustrious words of my former colleague, Councilmember Kiesel, which we didn't agree much on, he had given the chamber some advice, and I'll re-give that advice. The chamber should go about doing the business of being the chamber and using those profits to help the businesses that it chooses to help. With regard to the other businesses in the city that are not members of the chamber, they don't benefit from the chamber. And as a business that's not a member of the chamber, we don't benefit from any business that the chamber does. The chamber is a private business that uses the city of Foster City's name in its name and is part of the San Mateo Chamber to serve its members, which pay significant dues and in some cases significant sponsorships for the treatment that they get or the preferential treatment that they get to the detriment of other businesses in town. So the chamber should go about its business and it should do its best. If it finds something that it can do, as it tried to do, and quite frankly, as we tried to finance in the past with $385,000 to help them help us do what we could do better, they failed at that, and so did the city. It was not a good partnership. Is there a potential partnership? I'm sure there is. And I'm sure that better minds can find out what that partnership is. Is it a carnival? It might be. Is it a book? It might be. Is it any of those things at this time? Probably not, and it's going to take a lot more time to figure out what those things are. But the idea that the community is clamoring for something and the chamber's serving that community, that doesn't hold any weight with me. The community right now is clamoring for safety, it's clamoring for many things, and the least thing it's clamoring for is a carnival. So I think to say it frankly, I would make a motion to table this to sometime in the future when it is practical to have the conversation. It would be inappropriate at this time for the council to opine on this because we don't have enough information to opine upon it. We were given a bare bones idea with little or no input as to how it would work and what the cost structure is. We're hearing from a chamber that's unhappy with the costs that have been assessed to it and saying it's doing that on behalf of anyone else. I don't hear anybody else screaming. So it's bad business to get into business with somebody as a partner that's unhappy with the way that you're currently doing business with them. I've talked to the city manager about this ad infinitum and the park and rec director. They have based a study on cost recovery on neighboring cities the same way we do median studies for everything else that we do. In looking at those studies, none of the costs that have been allocated for this event are any greater or any less than any other communities surrounding us, and quite frankly, they're actually cheaper than most of the communities. Having held events of this magnitude in other cities across the country, the amount of money that we're charging for full cost recovery is de minimis compared to San Francisco by way of example. But those are my comments. With that said, I would propose the motion to table this at some time in the future when it is practical to speak about it.
Okay, I have a motion on the dais to table this conversation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, so we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Awasthi?
Yes.
Gahani? No. Hindi?
Yes.
Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Mahanpour?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 to table this item to a later date with council members Awasthi, Hindi, Perez, and Mayor Mahanpour voting yes, and Councilmember Gahani voting no.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 6, reports. 6.1, report from closed session.
There was no closed session held after the last meeting, so there is no report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
6.2, consideration of general plan annual report for 2019.
Staff report, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Mahanpour, members of the council, and members of the public. The requested action is that the City Council, by minute order, accept the general plan annual report for 2019. On February 20th, staff presented the general plan annual report progress for 2019 to the Planning Commission. Commissioner Adams noted that the council should be informed about the sunsetting of the affordable housing units at Foster's Landing and how those negative numbers could affect the upcoming RENA numbers. This will be discussed in greater detail tonight. Overall, the commission was satisfied with the general plan annual report and voted 5-0, recommending the City Council's acceptance of the general plan annual report for 2019. California Government Code 65400 requires that after the City Council has adopted all or part of the general plan annual report, it is then forwarded to the California Office of Planning and Research and the Department of Housing and Community Development by April 1st of each year. Some of the accomplishments in the implementation of the general plan programs in 2019 are included in the report, such as the traffic relief pilot program. At the August 2019 public hearing, the City Council approved a permanent implementation of the traffic relief pilot program to address traffic congestions in our community. Street network connectivity and traffic calming. City staff continues to install sharrows on Class 3 bicycle facilities and upgrade to green bike lanes on Class 2 bicycle facilities as streets are being surfaced. Park Systems Master Plan. In 2019, a Park System Master Plan was started, which is currently being conducted by staff to identify long-term maintenance and improvement of the 24 parks in the Foster City system. Housing unit production, the city issued building permits for 22 units at Waverly Cove, Summerhill, and for 2 second units in 2019. Wastewater treatment plant improvements, the city is continuing to work with the city of San Mateo to construct improvements at the jointly owned wastewater treatment plant. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council by minute order accept and the general plan annual report for 2019. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Hindi.
So question for City Manager Moneta. The levy project is listed here, so I want to take the opportunity to speak about that a little bit. I know we are in special circumstances and a special situation. We're dealing with COVID-19 here, but I want to ask you about the levy project. Is that still progressing as it's supposed to be? Is the contractor working remotely? Is our staff working on that project? That should not be impacted in any way, shape, or form, is it?
That's correct. We're still working on the project. The constructability review is being conducted by the construction manager in conjunction with staff's efforts as well, reviewing those documents and plans and specs.
And my understanding is construction is not impacted by, it's not under shelter in place order. Construction could continue if needed.
That's correct. It is exempt and considered an essential project and would move forward with no hesitation on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Awasthi, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Any questions, Councilmember Perez?
No.
I have one question. Same question with the wastewater treatment plant. That won't be affected by the shelter in place?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking for a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Awasthi,
Yes.
Gahani,
Yes.
Hindi,
Yes.
Perez,
No.
Mayor Mahanpour.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with council members Awasthi, Gahani, Hindi, and Mayor Mahanpour voting yes, and Councilmember Perez voting no.
Thank you. Next item, please.
6.3, consideration of a status report on the Foster's Landing Affordable Housing Covenant.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, the public, and all those who have tuned in to this meeting online. Marlene Sabashny, Community Development Director for the City of Foster City. Tonight, it is recommended that the City Council, by minute order, accept a status report on the expiring affordable housing covenants associated with the Foster's Landing apartments and provide comments. And before I get started, I want to say that even though our department's operations have been modified significantly in light of the current situation, the impending issue at Foster's Landing remains one of our top priorities. As a background, in 1986, the Community Development Agency of the City of Foster City, as well as Foster's Landing Associates, entered into an agreement which required that Foster's Landing provide 74 affordable housing units to qualified households at Foster's Landing. Foster's Landing is a 490 unit apartment residential development. And this was really the agency's first affordable rental housing agreement that was funded using the redevelopment funds. Of the 74 affordable units, the affordability was further broken down into very low, or moderate, and also broken down into unit types, such as unit for the elderly, 60 years or over, small families, 4 or fewer, and large families, 5 or more. The covenant for all 74 units was originally set to expire in 2020. However, in 2003, 2004, and 2005, the developer failed to meet certain obligations and an amendment was made to the agreement.
As an outcome of the amendment, some of the expiration of the units were extended through 2023. And what that means is of the 74 units that were all originally set to expire by the end of this year, 50 units would be expiring by the end of this year, 4 units by the end of 2021, 10 units by the end of 2022, and the remaining 10 by the end of 2023. One of the unique features of the Foster's Landing Affordable Housing Program results from its implementation under earlier state regulations than most of the city's existing or remaining affordable housing developments. What's unique is that the rent at Foster's Landing is calculated to not exceed 30% of each household's income, rather than being a set amount for each unit type as calculated using the county area median income. And I had attached a couple of attachments to your staff report just to kind of show you what that looks like as far as the county median income, as well as what the rents currently are at Foster's Landing. So a combination of factors, including the rent calculation methodology, as well as the fact that this is the oldest of the city's affordable housing developments with many long-term tenants, has resulted in the tenant income levels, including a higher proportion of very low-income households than the required unit mix. The city adopted its housing element in February 2015, and it did identify Foster's Landing units as at risk and analyzed 3 options: acquisition, rental assistance, and construction of replacement units. These are some of the recommended implementation programs. I would like to note here that the majority of Foster City's affordable housing inventory is at low risk, with many of the existing developments secure in perpetuity. As I noted, the housing elements did discuss 3 options, and it also did some kind of a cost analysis, and these cost analyses were based on the market in 2013. So the cost associated with acquisition or construction of replacement units is roughly $40 to $48 million. Rent subsidies for all 74 units would cost approximately $1.1 to $1.5 million per year. The housing element also discussed various programs to preserve these at-risk units, such as the housing impact fee, monitoring of local, state, and federal funding, extending the agreement if funding can be identified, adopting noticing requirements, and minimizing the impacts of the expiration of the covenant by working with landlords. And lastly, an amendment to the affordable housing preference category. As noted in the staff report, lack of a major source of funding makes some of the options identified in the housing element infeasible. The city did adopt a housing impact fee in December of 2016. However, most of the major development projects were already approved by that time. And currently, we do not have any money that we collected through the housing impact fee that we could use towards affordable housing initiatives. The city has some housing funds, approximately $1.5 to $1.8 million that could potentially be used to provide some type of a rental subsidy or relocation assistance. However, given the limited funding available, the option to provide rental or relocation assistance is really not a permanent solution, as the city does not have enough funds to provide the subsidy or the assistance beyond the 1 year at this point. As staff, we have been monitoring the availability of various state and federal funding opportunities on an ongoing basis. We are also in touch with the San Mateo County Housing Department to see if there are opportunities for collaboration and joint grant application for some of the state funding sources, such as the PLHA funding, which is a permanent local housing allocation fund, the CDBG, which is a community development block grant funds, and the emergency solution grants. Staff is hoping that if some of these funds can be pursued, we could utilize them to provide assistance to the BMR tenants by providing rental subsidy or relocation assistance. Also, over the last few months, we have been reaching out to various entities, including HIP Housing, Bridge Housing, MidPenn, the Rentals Program Manager, and a bunch of various other sources, profits, nonprofits, Housing Land Trust, in an effort really to pursue all possible options. Staff has also reached out to some other cities to see what they're doing when they're faced with a situation like this. We're also trying to get all the tenants on wait lists, and we're getting the word out to not just the tenants directly, but also to other cities to see if any wait lists do open up. We have access to that information. One of the other possible options that staff is exploring is to negotiate an agreement with Essex Property Trust so that the BMR unit vacancies arise. The developer could exercise an option to convert the units to market rate units in exchange for extending the covenants for an equal amount of existing units, or set up a rental assistance and tenant relocation program funded by the rent differentials of those units. So that's one possible option that staff is looking to explore. The other option is to adopt a tenant relocation assistance ordinance to minimize disruption to tenants and their families. And lastly, one of the options that's discussed in the housing element is to amend the housing preference. And this item is a separate agenda item for council consideration tonight. And I just want to end by saying we were committed to exploring permanent solutions, including funding for preserving these at-risk units. One of the things that makes this particular situation challenging is the way these units are mixed with some of the other existing units in the 490 unit apartment complex. It's not a standalone building with these BMR units. And so that's something we constantly keep hearing in our conversations that we have. But at the same time, we're committed to exploring options while we work on some interim solutions by placing them on wait lists, making sure they get on the Section 8 voucher program that's provided through the county, offering rent subsidy, relocation assistance, and anything else that we can think of. So with that, I conclude my presentation. We have our consultant planner, Leslie Carmichael, also joining us through the Zoom conference. She has been involved with this project for a really long time and may be able to answer any questions that I might not necessarily have the answers to. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Do you have a public comment?
Yes, we
Okay,
have 3 public comments.
Okay, please.
My name is Vanessa Franklin. I have been a resident here at Foster's Landing for 33 years. I'm on affordable housing and on a retired income. I have stressed over this matter so much that I am on depression meds. Nowhere to go. My apartment number, I'll leave that part blank. Please help us. 65 years old and handicapped. 33 years of dependable rent. I raised my children here. Please help. This is from, and dear council members, I have resided at Foster's Landing since 1996. I am 64 years old, single, retired, and get Social Security and work part-time, but recently laid off due to the pandemic. My annual income with Social Security and part-time work is less than $22,000 a year. My rent is calculated each year by the front office based on my yearly income. That is why I am very low income category. For the last 24 years, I submitted my tax returns and bank statements to the office and waited to be notified for if my rent would increase or decrease. Never once in the 24 years have I been informed that this affordable housing program, or BMR, would end. I was totally blindsided when I heard neighbors got about the BMR ending. I haven't received a letter and went to the front office and spoke to Justin Giles. He informed me that I don't have to be out by the end of the year. That said, I would greatly appreciate any help from the city regarding this situation. I love my home and was planning on staying in this apartment the rest of my life. With the rent prices so high in the Bay Area, I could not afford anything. Plus, all the wait lists closed for other BMR programs. This is so stressful and a hardship. Another note, a few years ago, a new apartment complex in Foster City had openings for BMR. When I was selected, I declined because I love Foster's Landing and thought there was no time limit on my lease. Had I known, I would have moved to the new complex. Thank you for your time and consideration. Be safe. And our third public comment. This is from Kelsey Baines, the Regional Director of the San Francisco Peninsula for Everyone. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I am the Executive Director of Peninsula for Everyone, an advocacy group of neighbors for more neighbors. We advocate for more homes at all income levels, better transit, and the protection of tenants. I would like to thank you for your concern for the welfare of the residents of Foster's Landing who are currently at risk of losing their homes. Housing is foundational to the mental and physical health of individuals and the community as a whole. Thank you for your ingenuity in attempting to preserve Foster City's affordable housing so that these valued members of the community can remain securely housed. I appreciate the funding challenge to the Foster City government and offer support in advocating for the state, federal, and private sources of funding to ensure that residents are not displaced. Thank you, Kelsey.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendy.
Thank you. So clearly this is a tragedy happening to our community. And it's not something that just came up, but we have been, those of us who've been on the council for some time, we have been talking about this every year at our visioning and annual summit, and talking about how do we preserve and protect our stock of affordable housing. And I guess this is it. This is a day of reckoning, and this is the first phase. Next year there's another phase in that complex, and then the year after there's another, but the bulk of it is coming at the end of this year. It is definitely challenging. We have the uniqueness, as Marlene has mentioned in her report, the uniqueness of this complex, it really affords rents to our residents at a very low number, low rent, because it goes based on 30% of their income. So we're looking at the chart, and plus, really, for me, the most critical part of this is you having elderly residents who are in their 70s and in their 80s paying this rent, some of them as low as, I see the lowest rent, $255 or $300 or $400. There is, if we do not assist them, I can't imagine what they are going through. Somebody elderly in their 60s, 70s, or 80s being alone in their home, just hearing the news of need to leave your home that you have been in, whether you have been in it for 2 years, whether you have been in it for 30 years, you are at the risk of being thrown on the street. The amount of stress that's on those folks, and by the way, those are members of our community. So us as a Foster City, as a community, we need to do everything that we can to protect these people and assist them in any way, shape, or form. I've been talking to staff. I met with the city manager and I met with Marlene, kind of trying to brainstorm and I've been working also with the Vice Mayor Gahani as well on this, trying to figure out, it's definitely challenging, but I think we owe it to all of our community members and to those who are in there being at risk of being homeless to assist them in any way, shape, or form. So there are many ways that we could explore it, and last time former Mayor Brunitsky came in and suggested to have a subcommittee or a committee on this. So obviously that is something we're going to be putting on the agenda at the next meeting, and we will discuss more in details. But the point is, I got to ask Jeff or Marlene, we've been talking about meeting with the county, and I had arranged for a contact with the county housing director and then they will be talking to staff, and I think they have, maybe Jeff or Marlene could brief us a little bit if that has taken place and what's going on with that.
Marlene, could you please address the status of that meeting with the county?
Sure. So we have not met in person yet, but we did have a couple of phone conversations with Raymond Hodges, who's the interim director of county housing, and he was given a more detailed background of the situation that we're in, and we did talk about possibly collaborating with the county on some of these grants to see if there's an opportunity for a joint grant application. One of the things he mentioned is they have reached out to their financial expert in-house to see what some options are, but he did mention, given the uniqueness of this development, the 490 units, but just 74 of them being affordable and kind of being mixed in, makes it extremely challenging. The other thing he did mention is to have these tenants get on the Section 8, the voucher program. Those are picked on a lottery basis, and there isn't really a wait list, so anyone has a good chance of getting those vouchers. So he just asked for a little more time to see if there's things that they can come up with. We were scheduled to have an in-person meeting actually this week. However, given everything that happened, we had to cancel it. So yeah, I just want to say that the conversations, will continue to have those conversations, and we'll see what they have to say.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question that I have for staff is, we were supposed to set up a meeting with Essex, the property owner, and to kind of have that conversation. And I think what I requested at a higher level, decision-making body, if you will, somebody in that decision-making body, to where we explore any interest, whether they are interested in the sale, or if not, how can we help and assist, whether extending. Basically, we want to have a conversation with somebody other than the property on-site manager that can get us somewhere, understand where Essex is heading, and what is it that they could do, what is it they cannot do, what is it they open to, what is it they not open to.
Marlene is
the city attorneys. The city attorney's office did reach out to Essex Property, their legal, who we've kind of been in touch with through the situation, and they got back to us saying they're open to meeting. However, they do want to understand what the purpose of this meeting is going to be, so they have the right party attending that meeting. And so we are in the process of scheduling that meeting and putting together some response where we can outline what we hope to discuss as part of this meeting. And Jean, if you want to add anything more, please feel free.
Thank you. Well, I just want to emphasize that given the situation we are in, those meetings do not have to be in person. Obviously, we could do a teleconference or video conference meeting. So I just don't want the situation of COVID-19 that we are in to delay this meeting, so we could just, everybody is aware that we do not need to meet in person, and preferably not to meet in person.
Okay. Vice Mayor Gahani.
Thank you for the report. Marlene, question on the staff report on HE5D. There's a long period, February 9th of 2019 and December 2019. I want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. Looks like you reached out, or we reached out to request Foster's Landing staff to provide some additional information. And I'm guessing that long date period was because we reached out in February and received a response in November. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, and I'm actually going to have Leslie chime in because she was closely involved in these discussions and interactions. So Leslie, if you want to add anything.
Hi. Yes, we did ask them for information, and through the course of those months, they had some turnover on their staff. We kept asking and asking, and it was very frustrating. So eventually they did provide most of what we had asked for late in the year.
Do you know what the noticing requirements are for Essex regarding the sunsetting of the affordable units? I met with some of the residents that are being impacted by this, and the common theme was that they didn't know this was happening. And so I was wondering if you could shed some light on what are those noticing requirements?
Until just a couple of years ago, there was a 1-year notice requirement, and a couple of years ago, that law was changed to require a 3-year notice, and then, subsequent notices after that. So, up until just very recently, there was only the longest notice required was a 1-year notice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Currently, is it just a 1-year notice?
No, now it's a 3-year notice. The law took effect just pretty recently, and I don't have it open in front of me, but it didn't apply to expirations, before a certain date. And the different expiration dates that date fell in the middle of the groups here.
Okay. Marlene, you mentioned that you're evaluating or you have access to affordable housing units, in the area. My understanding is that the lists are so long that a lot of them have been, that they've just stopped taking people on those lists for specific tiers. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yes, that is correct. And I think as part of the next item on the council agenda, where we talk about amending the preference policy, we will see some wait lists open up in Foster City that would help some. But to answer your question, with the other cities, the wait lists are extremely long.
Yeah. Okay. And if I understood you correctly, the Section 8, while that you felt like the Section 8 voucher program could be an alternative there that we could pursue. Is that correct?
Yes. However, it's again not a permanent solution.
Sure. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Awasthi, comments, questions?
Yes. So Marlene, thanks a lot for the report. Just kind of following up on Councilmember Gahani's question on the noticing requirement. I was wondering that as well. So thanks for, Leslie, you did, thanks for clarifying that. Earlier it used to be 1 year and now 3-year noticing requirement. But we've been aware of this for a very long time, correct? So, so the city has known about this. Is that a correct assumption? Because I also heard that this was part of our planning summit discussions year after year. Is that correct? That could be a question to City Manager Maneda or Marlene or whosoever can answer.
Leslie, would you know if these were discussed as part of the previous policy summits with council?
It's a correct, because I put together 2 of the policy summits. It was discussed at those. Charlie Berninsky put it on his agenda when he was on the policy summit, and it's been brought to us as part of the housing update, general plan update, every time that there is a housing element plan update. So if you go through the materials, you see that is in fact correct.
So, okay, thank you. My next question, Marlene, out of the options that you have listed in your report, it sounds like there are some that you would be more hopeful on or higher in priority. Are you looking for a direction from the council on which ones to focus on? Or you will try every option, quite a lot of options, and I would imagine that some of them may not be viable. or some may be more viable. And based on your exploration and research, you may be probably more optimistic about some options versus the other. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do we need to focus? Do you need direction from council to focus, to get focus, or you have a very good understanding of where to focus on? And this would be to maximize the results that we'll get out of the efforts that you're putting in.
To answer your question, I think we will explore every possible option. We'll leave no stone unturned when it comes to exploring the options. But with that said, I think it would be also helpful to get some direction on or how the council feels about some of these options. For example, having a conversation with Essex about possibly if vacancies do arrive at Foster's Landing, if there is an interest in having that conversation about letting those affordable units to be converted into market rate units in lieu of extending the affordability of some of the existing units. That's one thing I can think of. Obviously, with the affordable housing funds, and if we want to use those for the rent subsidy or the relocation, we will be coming to the council. We will be agendizing this at a separate meeting. But if there's anything I think that you would particularly like us to focus on more, I would be happy to hear what those comments are.
Okay. And then not related to the specific topic, but are we aware of any other explorations similar to this next 2 years, 3 years, or in the future?
So one of the developments, the next one coming up is Meridian Bay. Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong. That is.
It's Emerald Bay. Emerald Bay.
Sorry, Emerald Bay. And those are actually condominiums. I believe there are 13 there. So it's not as, it's not the same as a Foster's Landing situation, but most of the other developments, their covenants are pretty much in perpetuity. So we will not be running into that issue anytime soon.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you. Just going back to getting direction from council on which ones to focus on, fully understanding that you're going to try every single thing. Is there a subcommittee that is that you're working with, or not? On this particular topic, is there a subcommittee or working with any particular council member? I want to be sensitive to Brown Act violation and things of that nature.
Not directly.
Okay.
Other than the one meeting that Council Member Hindi mentioned, we haven't really had.
Okay. All right. So I would imagine that once we have the agenda, if the council decides to form a subcommittee, then that would be solved for. Those are all
actually, sorry,
Yeah.
If I may, I think Assistant City Manager Dante and I spoke briefly about this. If we do want to discuss this as part of a subcommittee item, we thought it would be appropriate to discuss it with the Sustainability Subcommittee. And City Manager Maneda can chime in and correct me if I'm wrong, but that was a discussion I had with Assistant City Manager Hall.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
If I may add, we had 4.3.1 was a request to agendize a subcommittee to address the expiring units. And if the council approves that subcommittee at the next meeting, then I believe that would be the appropriate subcommittee to address this item.
Thank you. Any comments or questions, Councilmember Perez?
Yeah, thanks. Give me just 1 second. Sorry, I had a swallow. Couple of things. This has been known actually, it's been known since the agreement was created. It's been known, and this is one of the council ideas that has historically been kicked down the road because it wasn't timely or it wasn't popular and we didn't have a solution. And I'm not going to say today that we have a solution or you'll have a solution or there's even a solution that's possible. However, it has been raised ad infinitum by various council members pretty persistently and then brought to the attention of at least three sitting community directors and city managers. We now find ourselves in that unfortunate place of having to deal with it. Actually, you guys will. And the question, I think, is not how we got here, not why we're here, but as a matter of policy, what needs to be done. And it probably can't be done today. I think that what the council, however, should focus on at some point is what it can do in an expedited manner to deal with the harm that potentially will be caused by this to the categories of affordable housing that are affected, and to what degree does the council have tools at its disposal. And so for me, my comments will strictly focus on that, and those tools that you have at your disposal are the creation of a subcommittee with relevant and interested parties, of which I've heard at least one council member who has been passionate about this, a former council member, and has the right amount of expertise. And it was one of the things that he focused on. His input, I think, regardless of whether you include him in the subcommittee, would be paramount in its success. You have a community member who has been passionate about this and serves on your planning commission. And in fact, this is, he has a very unique way to understand these issues. And then, of course, you have the combined intellect of the council and the staff to figure out what that is. With regard to the tools that are available to you, you have tools that could immediately help these people until a solution is found. And that could be in cooperation with the property owner and obviously not the property manager. And that could be rewarded with anything from tax credits to additional consideration when they come back to redevelop, which they will. Because as you remember, you have created a housing element that would allow them to redevelop in a certain way and to a certain height and density. And they'll need to come back to you for that. So you have a lot of tools at your disposal. You have a lot of hammers and you have a lot of carrots and sticks. And so the question is, which of those things can you best use so that you can get these people, these good people who have been Foster City residents for quite some time, who are currently in extreme need. And that is more of a triage effort to figure out which one of these individuals. It was no later than 2 years ago that I remember one of those individuals coming up to who had lost her apartment. And these are people that are going to lose their apartment and quite frankly, don't fit into any of the categories that are available. And I can say that the list in Foster City have been closed because on 3 occasions I've sent employees to try to get on a list and they can't even get on a list or a phone call returned. This is in part because of the city's inability to stay the course and develop enough affordable housing and the city's inability and lack of desire to stand the political strength that other communities around us have. So while we often trumpeted ourselves as the vanguard of development and affordable housing, we are in fact in the shadows of many others, with the exception of Hillsborough. So at some point, the councils in the future will have to figure out what they can do to right that particular demographic and socioeconomic demographic that affects people like this who choose to retire and live here. The one thing that the councils of the past have done, and I believe inappropriately, is it has gifted and created a wealth land hold that started at $400,000 to $800,000 and now is going from $1.5 to $1.8 million. And that was for rich people, rich seniors that could afford it. What you heard tonight were people that couldn't afford to live here unless they were put in affordable housing and now, quite frankly, can no longer live to afford here. So they are now thrust into the marketplace trying to find a place to live. and you're telling them that there's no room at the shelter. Well, there is no room at the shelter, and that's because that was created by a council that created Foster Square for 300 people that could afford $1.6 million with no forethought, with the exception of the assisted living, which is also $4,000 a month. And so this is something that you're going to have to wrestle with and stay the political course. But I would urge you in the meantime to take a good look at what you can do to help these good people, whether that's to get them some sort of stay so that they're able to find something and work with them actively, not as what is usually done, because what is usually done never works, and that's always asking the developer to put them on a list somewhere. So if you can't ascertain someone on staff to help them actively find something else, then maybe the council has to open up that pocketbook of $98 million that you have in reserves to try to find a way to help these people in the short term. On a bigger vision of this, the question is there a deal available to purchase or buy, or have somebody purchase or buy so you can maintain these units, understanding that this is just the first domino in the chain of dominoes that are about to fall. So I know the numbers because we've been told those numbers every couple of months. And so this is just the first in many more to come and other things. With regard to that, I'm sure that you'll find a solution or you won't. And if you don't find a solution, those two people that came in tonight to speak in the third that sent the letter represent 75 people that will be displaced, will have nowhere to go, and won't be able to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know I've talked to some council members, and they had indicated to me that in their city, Mid-Penn Housing had actually bought some of the buildings, but I understand that this is a more difficult situation because they're more or less within. It's not a building. They're all integrated in with the other apartments. So I think that might be a little bit more of a difficult situation to deal with. I think that trying to work with Essex might be a good idea. And I agree with remarks that are made tonight by my colleagues. I mean, this is something that we really need to pay attention to as we go down the road. So I think what you want from me tonight, or from us tonight, is to accept the report.
I have one more question.
Oh,
Correct.
yes, Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question probably for Leslie. Leslie, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned Emerald Bay would be next. Those will sunset 2050, or am I wrong on that date?
Emerald Bay expires in 2026, but those are ownership units, as Marlene pointed out. And so those units will revert to market rate. The city will get a little share of the first sale, but otherwise those owners actually, get quite a benefit from the program.
Okay, so and those are 11 units?
They're actually 7.
7 units. Okay, so that's a relatively small number. What does expire? I know the next phase would be something expiring, another property in 2050. Is that correct? And then everything else we've kind of saved for the future.
Yeah, on page it's one of the attachments. It's kind of small print, but one of the attachments lists the various developments and their expiration years. And although Metro Senior Housing has an agreement that expires in 2050, that's owned by Bridge Housing, which is a nonprofit housing developer operator, and their practice is to hold those affordable units in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions, then I'm looking for a motion to accept the report.
Move to accept the report.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Owasti,
Yes.
Kahani,
Yes.
Hindi,
Yes.
Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Mahanpour.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 with all council members voting yes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 7, resolutions for adoption. 7.1, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Foster City to amend Resolution Number 2001-23, the policy that establishes preferences for selection of tenants of city subsidized affordable housing units to include tenants at risk of displacement by termination of affordability restrictions.
Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For this item, the requested action is that the City Council adopt the attached resolution amending Resolution 2001-23 to include the tenants at risk of displacement because of termination of affordability restrictions, as our director just discussed. On November 1st, 1999, the city adopted a policy establishing preferences for the selection of tenants for affordable housing units. On October 16, 2000, the resolution was amended, and currently the resolution establishes eligibility preferences for sorting wait lists into 6 separate preference categories. To the top of the category being those who live and work in Foster City. As the council is aware, the affordable housing agreement between the city and Foster's Landing is expiring in phases in the period between December 31st, 2020 and December 31st, 2023. And due to the scarcity of affordable housing in the region, persons seeking affordable housing are required to apply for a position on the wait list, as we were all discussing, some of which contain 1,000 applicants, as one of the council members mentioned, and tenants on such waiting lists can wait up to several years before they can be considered for an affordable unit. The proposed amendment would create an additional preference category for tenants at risk of displacement by termination of affordability restrictions, consistent with the housing element implementation program that our director mentioned earlier. The proposed amendment would allow existing Foster City residents at risk of displacement to be prioritized on the waiting list at all residential developments in Foster City with inclusionary units. And this would help reduce the impacts of the expiring covenants and minimize the displacement and homelessness. And it is important to note that the rent calculations for affordable units at these newer developments are based upon the San Mateo County area median income, as Marlene mentioned earlier, and therefore are higher than some of the rents at Foster's Landing, which are based upon 30% of household income. This means that the tenants currently paying under $1,000 for rent may not be able to afford the BMR rents at the other residential developments, which are north of $1,200. Nevertheless, amending the policy would still allow for the other tenants to rent at the other developments as vacancies arise. If adopted, staff will send a memo, a copy of the amended resolution, and the updated below rate guidelines for property managers to, and also staff will notify all at-risk Foster's Landing tenants that lists are open and advise them to apply to get on these waiting lists. And I know that that everyone was discussing earlier about the wait list being closed. However, staff has been contacting all the residential managers and requesting that they open the wait list. So so 100 Grand they said that they are open to opening up their wait list. And then the Triton will be opening up their wait list on the 27th, I believe. And then we're still trying to get the senior, Metro Senior Homes to open up their wait list, and Alma Point as well. And the rest are already open. So I think that, this policy amendment would be really, really helpful to, the folks at Foster's Landing. It won't, unfortunately, it won't be able to help everybody, but I still feel like it would help a lot of people. So therefore, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the attached resolution, amending Resolution 2001-23 to include tenants at risk of displacement because of the termination of affordability restriction. This includes my presentation. Feel free to ask any questions of me or of Leslie. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Monica, on average, do you know how many units open up on the wait list annually? On the total
So,
BMR units in the city?
So, Councilmember, are you asking about sort of the vacancies or the wait list for all the different developments? They all have a wait list, and some of them are closed just because there's just so many people on it. And then, so they don't open too often. But I did request, I did make a request that that everyone open up their wait lists so that the Foster's Landing folks can get on those wait lists.
No, I guess my question is.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Marlene.
Let me just chime in. To answer your question, Councilmember Hindi, what we've seen is typically 20 to 25 BMR vacancies or turnovers throughout the year. And this is just based on a rough estimate. It kind of fluctuates each year, but it would be safe to say that we see 20 to 25 vacancies in a year. And these get filled up very fast, of course, but that's kind of the average.
Okay, thank you. So I guess, so roughly on average, we don't know actually the exact number, but on average, we could expect somewhere around 20 units open up for those folks who are in Foster Landing if we adopt this policy. My other question is, the uniqueness of Foster Landing, as we have mentioned earlier, is the rent caps at 30% of the household income. Now, on these other properties, they go with the very low income, and so forth. So how do we, if we want to move, I'm looking at the list of Foster Landing's rent, if we want to move those who are at extremely low based on what they pay in rent. Now, what opens up in the other properties kind of would be mixed bag, right? It'd be very low, it'll be low, and so forth. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
And do we have any say in having the other properties to take those at a very low income first, or no, it depends on what they have, the agreement with the city currently?
I'll take that question. As Monica mentioned, even if say we do kind of have that option, it makes a lot of the very low income tenants at Foster's Landing ineligible for the other developments. Really where this policy would help is for those folks that are paying $1,000 plus in their rents currently. Unfortunately, this policy may not be extremely helpful for the very low that are paying less than $1,000 even currently.
No, I understand that, and I think that's a discussion for council eventually when we talk about this, that perhaps, for those are the most, for me at least, I don't know about my colleagues, I want to help the most vulnerable first, not that nobody is important or nobody is more important, but the most vulnerable that are on an extremely low income, that are elderly, living alone, and those people. So clearly, if somebody's paying $300 or $400 currently at Foster Landings and they go, say, for $100,000, the rent going to be for one bedroom, I'm guessing about $1,500 rather than $500. So they still going to have to fill that gap of $1,000 because they cannot afford it. And I think that's where the discussion for council at one point is, do you want to tap into the impact fee fund to supplement these for a certain period of time? In addition, whether we're able to get state or federal assistance as well. But I mean, yes, they won't, but I hate to say, the reality is these folks will not find any place for $300, $500. I doubt even they will have that in the Central Valley for all that, for what I know. So forget about the Bay Area. So I think those are the people, especially at that late age in their life, that we need to assist, and we need to make sure, as Councilmember Perez is open our bank account, if you will, to temporarily or supplement or what have you. But I'm looking at, I know we have commercial impact fund fee, and I think it has over $300,000 in it currently. Jeff
As of now,
or Marlene.
I'm sorry. We will be expecting some more revenues in those funds as part of some pipeline development projects. We just don't know what the timing of that could be. But yes, we have some money in our affordable housing funds.
Okay, so I think if once we have that discussion, those monies probably would be something that we need to discuss, how to assist our community members here that might be at a stake of losing their homes. Okay, well, thank you very much. That's helpful. I think if my comment, or I would just question, can I make my comment as well?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So I think this is a really sound policy given the circumstances that we are dealing with in foster landings and the population that we are dealing with. So those who are currently on the wait list, not to minimize the importance of them coming in to these properties that we have for BMR, but I think those who are at risk of being homeless, and this is really what we're dealing with. We're dealing with members of our community at risk of being homeless. They should take priority, and I think this would be a sound policy that would help us to assist in a meaningful way. And if it's 20 units or so, or an average, will become available, I think that's something really good, and I'm completely in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Awasthi, questions?
Yeah, so thank you, Monica and Marlene, for the report. I think it makes sense. The policy proposed makes sense in light of the issue that we are grappling with, Foster's Landing. I'll take a second to kind of think about the policy a little bit more holistically and perhaps ask a question. If we put in any thought into this policy on any unintended consequence to any other group that we don't see right now. Right now, we are focused on Foster's Landing group, and I'm in full support of trying to help the most vulnerable one and looking at all the options possible. So I want to be very clear that I do want to support, do want to help those who are in need and avoid homelessness and do our best in that. But when we are looking at a policy, we are looking at every single aspect. And as council member, it's my responsibility to at least kind of force us to think that way, and not just looking short term, but also looking long term. And I can't think of, I do not have all the information and background to be able to think every single aspect. But what I can do is I can ask this question and see if in proposing this, were we only focused on Foster's Landing, or we were thinking about the future, we were thinking about other groups that potentially may be at a disadvantage?
Yeah, so yes, we did take a look. As Council Member Hindi just alluded to, there is going to be an impact on the folks that are already on existing wait lists, because they'll get pushed down the list. So that's something we definitely looked at, considered, but again, it's one of those situations, right, where we're looking at a potential homelessness situation versus someone who's probably already on multiple wait lists, who have a better chance of getting into some affordable or housing development, if not in Foster City. Like, people can be on wait lists not just within Foster City, but also in various cities. So it was one of those decisions or considerations we had to weigh in. But long term, there really is no unintended consequences. If 20, 30 years down the lane, we come across this situation again, it would be beneficial to the at-risk tenants.
Thank you. That's all. No other questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez. Questions, comments?
So, everybody's kind of hit the nail on the head. And so, as with most policies, there's the unintended consequence of good people who are on the wait list, who may be able to afford the units that they've applied for. And then you have people who have been existing in wait lists. And then there's the social policy of sometimes affordable housing was not meant to be a forever thing. And this is an ugly fact. Affordable housing, in some cases, was meant to be a temporary thing to get people to a place where they can afford to move to other housing that's more market rate. And that's one of the tenets of affordable housing in the beginning. What we're seeing now is that's obviously not the case. In many cases, affordable housing, due to circumstances beyond the control of the people that it's affecting, can't move into market rate housing because they just simply can't. They either have lost a loved one, they're aging in place, or they become a fixed income. So as you consider these items in the future, and you look at affordable housing and these tiers of housing, that's going to have to perhaps be an additional category or consideration. The thing I would say to this, though, is as you look at redoing or rethinking how you want to deal with this particular issue that you're faced with today, I think you do have to look at it from a tiered level of what is the outcome for the people that you're trying to help. So it's not until you understand how many people out of the 75 are in direct need, what their circumstances socially, their people that are in those houses, their income, then you can really try to figure out how far you want to open that piggy bank and for whom and for how long. And so some of these, this is a very difficult issue, as many before me have pointed out, and I don't think it's going to get any easier, but I think that it's going to need, it's not the first time that this wheel has been turned, and it won't be the last time. So I think there are good people in the community that already have done some good work on this. I think there are good people in other communities. And so I would implore and ask the council to reach out to the others in this community that are working on this currently in other communities and ask them what they're doing to deal with this very difficult issue. Those are just my comments. And unfortunately, I can't proffer a better solution than anyone else has in the room. So tough issue, but I'm sure you guys can figure it out. Thank you.
So actually, Councilmember Owasti brought up the issue that I was thinking about is what does this do to the current wait list? And if those people have been on the wait list for a long time, to push them down to, the next level, I don't know how equitable that is, but I do realize that we need to do something. So I think that this is a solution. It might not be the best solution, but I think for now that it might be worthwhile for us to look at this seriously. So those are my comments. Any more comments or questions?
I just want to concur with the mayor. I mean, this is not an easy decision for those who are on the wait list. And as Marlene has mentioned, those were considered. And as Councilmember Owasti, definitely there is an impact and there's unintended consequences. In this case, we understand the unintended consequences. It's not like we don't know them. But again, the urgency of the matter that we have before us, I think, and as Marlene has mentioned, those are on the wait list. Typically, they are on multiple wait lists, different properties, different cities, and hopefully they are housed and they're not at risk of being homeless. Compared to, we know what we're dealing with, people who will end up being homeless, who are already members of our community. So for me, the job is to protect members of our community at this point who are at risk of being homeless. So without being taken lightly that there is no consequences for those who are already existing on the list, that they're going to be pushed down. If they are pushed, whether I think that's enough. I said my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are no more comments, I'm looking for a motion.
So move to amend resolution number 2000-123 related to selection of tenants for affordable housing units to include tenants at risk of displacement because of termination of affordability restrictions.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Owasti,
Well, I have a question, I'm sorry. I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
So the amendment would move them to the top of the list, or is it a consideration? Where do they sit? Because I'm not at a place where I can see that.
That is correct. It would move them to tier 1, which is the top of the list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Councilmember Gahani,
Yes.
Hindi,
Yes.
Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Mahanpour.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. All council members voted yes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
7.2, consideration of the use and transfer out of fiscal year 2018-2019 general fund rollover surplus and appropriating $3.5 million in the pension stabilization fund for an additional discretionary payment to CalPERS.
Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Edmondson Finance Director. At the conclusion of the last fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019, the City General Fund Reserve balance was $52+ million. After setting aside 100% for reserve level, which equals to the current year's operating budget of $45.4 million, there's still left over about $6.8 million. We've shared this information with the City Council previously, and also identify potential uses of these funds in terms of transferring them to other discretionary funds of the City Council. Those specifically are the Pension Stabilization Fund, recommendation being $3.5 million, and then also the City CIP Fund of $1.6 million, and the remaining $1.6 million to the City's Facility Replacement Fund. The reason for the Pension Stabilization Fund really is a continuation of what was done previously, also with the prior year's surplus, with the idea of sending those monies to CalPERS to reduce the city's unfunded accrued liability position. Currently, that unfunded liability, the latest measure was $8.3 million. So this, if a payment were to be made, that would obviously reduce that amount. This suggestion was also vetted with the pension subcommittee consisting of Mayor Mahanpour and Councilmember Hindi back in January. Before you are those two resolutions, effectuating the transfers from the general fund reserve and also an appropriation in the pension stabilization fund, allowing staff then to make that payment to CalPERS to pay off the balance of the public safety classic plan asset-based loss, remaining balance of about $3.5 million. With that, I'll take any questions from the City Council.
Thank you. Questions? Vice Mayor Gahani.
How are the funds looking now after the last few weeks?
When we say funds, the city's investments, if we're talking about those funds, we invest those in very stable funds, so nothing in terms of the equity market. We're guided by the California Government Code, so we still have lots of safety in the investments that we hold. And so the monies are still in the bank, so to speak. If you're referring to how our funds with CalPERS, obviously they've been hit just like everybody else. The last review or look I had with the CalPERS was that at the end of June 30th, 2019, they had a total investment portfolio balance of $372.6 billion. As of March 12th, that amount has shrunk to $352.9 billion, about a 5.3% drop. But this obviously is across the board. It's not happening only to CalPERS. All pension funds and all investments that have an equity position are seeing obviously the effects of the overall global market, not just necessarily the U.S. market. Hopefully, I've answered your questions. If not, I'm happy to further elaborate.
How long does it take before we get any communication from CalPERS with regards to any projected adjustments to what our unfunded pension liability is?
CalPERS does actuarial valuations only once a year. That question has come across to the CalPERS board and its chief investment officer. He has not been able to share with us what that information is because obviously the market is going through some really wild swings, and we've seen that over several weeks now. It's hard to predict where things will land by the end of the current fiscal year, but obviously the epidemic that we're dealing with is a very challenging one. I think this is probably going to be among the most challenging ones since the Great Recession that we had 11 years ago, when the stock market and the equity market rebounded significantly.
I'm sorry, I think you got cut off there.
Oh, sorry. So I was saying that CalPERS does the actuarial valuations once a year. We typically get them August, September-ish. We have not received any early projections from CalPERS. I think they're going to be a little bit reluctant to make those projections given the dynamics of the equity market and the really still a lot of the unknown concerning to this pandemic.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Awasi?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Edmund. I just have one question. Would you mind reminding me the savings that we were able to realize last year by this amount, and what would be the saving for this year?
Yes, thank you for the question. The savings for last year we did about the same amount. We asked for a little bit over $3.4 million. This year we're asking for 3.5. The savings last year was in the magnitude of $5.4 million. So it's a similar savings. CalPERS basically charges all their client cities or members 7% on unfunded accrued liability. So that's a very expensive, obviously, interest rate on a liability that we hold, especially given the fact that interest rates with everything that's going on in the equity markets have plummeted tremendously. We had a situation where the 10-year bonds were sub 1%. It's something that is I think it's never happened before. So it's a very challenging times, and again, everything is very fluid in terms of what's going on in the equity market. Those of us who follow it have seen the gyrations up and down over multiple days, over multiple weeks.
So this year's savings we will not know right now. We'll have to wait to know if we go forward with 3.5 million payments. So savings should be of that amount.
Right. That savings is realized in terms of this amortization base.
Right.
One thing that's going to be challenging for not only Foster City but all cities, right? And I think the Vice Mayor's questions, I think we're alluding to that. At the end of this fiscal year, whatever the investment return is for CalPERS, unfortunately, if it's going to be below their planned return on investment, which is 7%, that would have an adverse effect on all member cities or all member agencies, which will create another layer of liability over and above the $82.3 million I alluded to earlier. So it's a function of if CalPERS doesn't meet its expectations in terms of investment returns, all member cities are going to look at a larger liability.
Thank you. No other questions?
Thank you. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you. Edmund, thank you for your report. If I remember correctly, when we had the subcommittee meeting along with the mayor and the consultant on this issue, we were trying to run models in anticipation of should the market tank. We kind of were playing different scenarios, and he played different models. Clearly, we don't know how the year will end, and I share, obviously, with you how fluid this stock market has been, and gyration every day, swinging 2,000 points up and down between any day. But it definitely, if we continue this path or we continue at this decline in the market, there's no question about it that we will have higher liability and bigger payments happening with CalPER. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Perez?
So normally I would agree that this might be a good time to take money and pay down the liability, but this is not a good time to take money and pay down the liability. We have no idea what the continual impact is going to be as a result of what will at least be a 2 to 3 month shutdown. Currently, businesses in the city are shuttered, and because they're shuttered, they are most likely going to default on their rents. When they default on their rents, they'll close. When they close, those people that live here may not be able to live here any longer. There are people in our community that, as a result of this, that are in small businesses affected, including my business, will have to make decisions as to whether or not they continue to do business at all here or if they do business somewhere else. With that said, the impact to the community and the need for government assistance is going to be monumental. France yesterday created a program to offset the damage to small business. This morning, the president offered a program that may or may not have an impact, that had government involvement, to be able to allow people to keep their jobs, to bolster the ranks of the unemployment. And there was some talk about small business loans for small businesses that would enable businesses to stay open. The people that I see on a day-to-day basis or hear from on a day-to-day basis now are being affected by this directly, and it's only a matter of time before it affects the city. And at that point, the city is going to need its resources to continue to be able to provide the quality of life as it knows it. We have had, when I joined the council, the liability was at $21 million. It's now over $80 million, and that's sure to escalate, but it's controllable and manageable. To take money out of the surplus is practical, and considering the amount of money we have in the bank, but it's probably not wise, and because we have no idea in the short term what other things may happen to us, what other things, and to what degree, quite frankly, the state may start taking money. The state has clawed back money before when it's needed it, and right now the state is going to have to deal with the impacts of the virus, which has not peaked yet, which probably won't peak for 45 days or so. So I would encourage the council to hold off on saying what it will do with those funds, and certainly not to pay those funds until such a point in time where you have some clarity as to the things that you have in front of you, including the levy, including the virus, and including the rec center, which you continue to struggle with as a concept and, quite frankly, as a cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Gahani.
I think those are some good points. Edmund, what's the impact of not making that decision now with regards to, the unfunded pension liability increasing if we don't make that payment?
So not making the additional discretionary payment means that the 82.3 remains, obviously. So notwithstanding, irrespective of we make the payment or not make the payment, whatever the investment results are for CalPERS by the end of this fiscal year, it's going to have an effect on us, and as it will have an effect on every city. So they're not dependent on each other. They're they're somewhat mutually exclusive. CalPERS relies the majority of CalPERS's health in terms of their investment portfolio is really investment returns. So the fact that the marketplace is reacting so poorly, obviously, it's going to mean that when I prepare the next budget and beyond, I have to really sharpen my pencil and figure out, well, what are these impacts on labor costs? I mean, total employee services costs, to be more broad. And we'll probably solicit some help in terms of our consultants to look at some different scenarios and do some further analysis on those impacts. Every city, all my peers and all my finance director peers are, as they prepare the budget, we have the same issues. I will say this: Councilmember Perez is correct. The state has a history of going after cities for money when things are bad. They find ways get to the city's monies and to help them reduce their funding needs, whether it's for schools or RDA. There's that history. So I acknowledge that.
So, sorry, I think, well, my question was, if we were to delay this and, as Councilmember Perez was saying, that we kind of take a look at the situation we're in right now, maybe get a few more months and looking at where we are hopefully coming out of this situation that we're in right now. What's that financial impact to the city if we didn't make that decision today?
It just means that the assumptions that CalPERS has remains in place. So based on the most recent actuarial report, whatever those assumptions are, not including, again, what transpires by the end of the current fiscal year, if everything stayed the same, we would be looking at the same amount of payments. We would be looking at the same amount of unfunded liability. Our funded status will remain the same, about 70%. So those would just continue, right? If we did nothing, the condition that we have will remain. Again, not taking into consideration the effects of this year's investment returns. So one option is, I will throw this out. One option is that if the city council does want or doesn't want to make the additional discretionary payment, we can hold on to the money. My suggestion is that because these are discretionary funds that the city council can always reallocate, is to possibly consider transferring those monies from the general fund to the pension stabilization fund. So that just sits there. So it just sits there and the city reinvests those money just like all the other monies that the city holds. Transfer the money into the city CIP fund. It just sits there for future CIP and then same thing for the city facilities replacement fund. We will still maintain 100% reserve level based on this year's operating expenditures. So it's just now moving those monies into different buckets. The rationale for that is that we're going to be issuing general obligation bonds, and the credit markets do look at cities' unfunded pension liability. They like to see some policy decision or some actions or both on how cities are dealing with unfunded liability, and so every additional payment that we make is it's a check mark for us that saying that we are addressing it, as opposed to sitting idle, so to speak, and letting the course run in terms of dealing with the growth of the unfunded liability and the growth of the annual payments that we have to make to CalPERS. Making these additional discretionary payments does reduce the annual payments, everything being equal.
But could we make that later once we have a better sense of where we are financially?
Vice Mayor Gihani, yes, absolutely. We could make the payment as early as March 31st, or we could hold on to it and say, let's make the payment. Let's kind of see what happens over the course of the next few months and make the payment by June 30th. That's what we did last year in terms of the timing. We made that payment closer toward the June 30th so that it posts for that last fiscal year. So that's reflected with CalPERS. So that's another option. The City Council can direct staff to actually not make that payment until latter part of the current fiscal year, vis-a-vis June.
And so the only impact there is that we'll just accrue interest on the unfunded pension liability at where it's at today for that period of time.
That's correct. You're absolutely right. I mean, by making a earlier payment, the payment amount actually is a little bit smaller. By postponing it till June, it gets a little larger. Right? It's again similar to making a payment on personal debts. Because there's less interest accrued if you make the earlier payment. So you wait 3 months, more interest have accrued, so to speak.
And when are the GO bonds? When are we going to the market for the GO bonds?
Based on the latest indication from the Public Works team, we're looking at June, July-ish. It really depends on, so a function of that is really when we open bids, what do those construction bids look like? Are they within the budgets that we have, the aggregate $90 million, right? Plus all the costs we've already incurred thus far, and then also the construction management contract we were awarded recently, right? We're trying to work within that $90 million, plus potentially up to $10 million that the City Council has previously authorized in terms of cost overruns to come out of city reserves.
Last question, thank you, Edmund. That's 7% on CalPERS. How's it compounded? What term?
I believe it's compounded. Well, I can't say it's daily. I'm not positive on that, but I think it is compounding. I don't know offhand whether or not it's daily or quarterly. I suspect it's actually a regular compounding. It's not simple interest, another way of saying it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you. 2 quick points. I agree with Councilmember Perez, given the uncertainty of the times we are in, and there's really no need to rush and make that payment at this point. But I just want to also bring the point, what Edmund just touched on at his last comment, which one of the intangibles, because Councilmember Awasi was asking what do we realize in savings, and the numbers were given, but one of the intangibles was a reduction for credit rating, government obligation bonds, when we go out to the market, demonstrating responsibility of paying our unfunded pension liability. But given the circumstances that we are in today and the condition that we are in, and we do have time, I think from what Edmund has mentioned, I think we ought to consider maybe just transferring the monies to this pension stabilization fund and the CIP. Again, they just earmarked, if you will, in there, but we could always move them around and we could always make the payment when we need to. But I think I'm of the opinion it would be prudent at this point not to commit sending the money to CalPERS at this time with this fluid situation that we're dealing with the coronavirus. Thank you.
Thank you. So when the subcommittee met, of course, none of this happened.
Yeah.
So this was before the COVID-19 hit, which is why we made the recommendation. But so I do have a question. If we put it into the pension stabilization fund, is it locked there? If we have an emergency, can we dip in and use it?
It is not locked there. It's a discretionary fund for the City Council, just like internal service funds. If the City Council said, I want to unlock some monies out of any of the internal service funds, they could actually pull it up. It's not that I'm recommending it. The City Council has full discretion over these funds. There's not an external restriction on it. These are all really just for the purposes of identifying buckets of money, if I may, for various internal purposes. So yes, the City Council has full control over these funds, and if the City Council said, I want to take back some of the monies, they have the ability to do that.
So what would be the effect if we wait until June? So what, do you have any idea what that interest rate would be between March and June?
I think when you say interest rate, the interest rate on the obligation remains at 7%. I think if I'm interpreting correctly, making the payment on March 31st versus June 30th, I think I had a preliminary calculation. It's about a $55,000 difference. So actually, if I pay it March 31st, I pay $55,000 less. If I pay it June 30th, I pay $55,000 more to basically eliminate that particular asset loss space that I've identified on the staff report.
Okay. Yeah, I think given the circumstances that at this point in time, that might be the best course of action to me, because we don't know how long this is going to last, and we don't know how much it's going to hit our coffers. So it's pretty uncertain now as to what we're going to do about it. So I guess I'm looking for a motion then, an amended motion or amended motion to amend, or
I move to amend the resolution to place the money in the pension liability fund, the one that's unrestricted, and then accept the rest of it as proffered.
If I may, I actually have two resolutions. One resolution just does the transfer into these three funds I've identified. The second resolution is the one authorizing the payment to CalPERS. So if I may suggest, then possibly to accept the first resolution, and then basically defer on the second resolution.
I change my resolution to what Edmund has offered, which is to transfer into the first three funds. So I guess that's resolution number 1.
That's correct.
That's my motion.
Second.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please. So Edmund, if we move forward in this path, can we actually evaluate what the financial situation is of the city on a month-to-month basis, and possibly, if things get better, make a decision earlier to save the city some money and make the payment a little bit earlier than the end of June?
Yes, that's possible. When we're talking about the financial situation of the city, I believe the mayor has already made that request from the for the city manager and myself to kind of look at, what has been the impact thus far and provide some estimates. Because in my opinion, I think that this situation is going to last, for much longer than just the temporary April 7th timeframe that we're looking at. I think it'll actually last for a couple months, if not beyond the current fiscal year. So while there's probably going to be some updates, those are going to be really rough estimates, is my point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second.
Just one more request
Sure.
before we vote. Edmund, if we also, part of that request from the vice mayor is if we could run the model, if we can, on CalPER with the current market numbers, as try to anticipate what would CalPER be, the rate?
Yes, Councilmember Hindi, you're absolutely right. I do have on my work plan to contact our consultant and do some sensitivity analysis in terms of, okay, what happens if CalPER's investment return is minus 5%? What happens if it's minus 10%, right? So we'll have some scenarios that we'll build, and we can certainly, get additional information and see what those potential impacts are.
Thank you. That would be very helpful.
So the motion is on the resolution approving the use and transfers out of the general fund's fiscal year 2017-18 operating surplus of $6,773,154. Now I have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Owasti,
Yes.
Kahani,
Yes.
Hindi,
Yes.
Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Mahanpour.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. All council members voted yes.
Okay, so now I'm looking for a motion on the resolution appropriating $3.5 million in the pension stabilization fund for an additional discretionary payment of up to $3.5 million to CalPERS on or before June 30th for the payoff of the Public Safety Classic Plan's June 30th, 2016 asset loss base.
Is that needed, or?
No, that would actually authorize the payment, so I think the direction, or at least the consensus we were hearing, was that you do not want to move forward on that.
So, but don't we need to say that? Don't we need to vote on this and vote it down?
You can vote it down, or you can just take no action on it.
Oh, okay.
It has the same effect.
Okay, okay. Okay, so no action on that one.
Item 8, communications. 8.1, city district warrant of demands are processed and issued on February 18th, 2020, February 19th, 2020, and February 26th, 2020. This is an information item only, no action required. Item 9, city district manager reports, council board statements and requests, and council liaison reports.
City manager report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On a personal note, my 25-year-old oldest daughter gave birth last Sunday to a little girl. So I'm a proud grandfather to little Raina, 5 pounds, 13 ounces, 18 inches. She was born 3 weeks early, and unfortunately, I was unable to fly to witness the birth since I'm dealing with the emergency situation that we're facing today. So just wanted to share that with you all. Regarding the COVID-19 situation, as we all know, the COVID-19 situation is evolving rapidly, and we're seeing changes every day and almost every hour. City staff are working night and day to ensure the protection and well-being of our community. We've taken proactive measures to fight the risk of spreading of the COVID-19, and that includes proclaiming the local emergency passed tonight, closure of city facilities to the public until April 7th, the cancellation of all non-essential meetings and events, as well as parks and recreation classes and programs, as well as other closures in the city, non-city related, but include the Foster City Library, which is closed through March 31st. San Mateo Foster City School District is closed through Friday, April 17th. And I actually contacted Superintendent Rosas last night to clarify Governor Newsom's statement about the possible closures of classes until summer. She indicated that she would be communicating to the parents that the plan right now is to continue with distance learning for 3 weeks and then roll over into spring break, and coming back with classes back in session after the 5-week, basic 5-week period. The PJCC is also closed through Tuesday, April 7th. City essential services are being maintained, so only essential services, which include public safety, water and wastewater, garbage collection, and critical infrastructure maintenance. Other staff have been reduced accordingly by teleworking. Only essential items will be placed on the council agenda due to the limited resources and staffing levels at work. Many are working remotely from home. Please be patient with the non-essential requests, as the COVID-19 situation is our priority and is consuming the majority of staff time. We are participating in a joint emergency operations center with San Mateo and Belmont, which is currently being as a joint EOC over at the San Mateo Police Department. Before all this went down, the thought process was to have the EOC activated closest to where an event is occurring. And due to the San Mateo Event Center being used, San Mateo made the most sense for activation of the EOC. We do have a staff member as well as Belmont at the EOC that's relaying any concerns to and from City Hall. San Mateo County, in collaboration with other Bay Area counties, issued a legal order directing residents to shelter at home until April 7th. These measures are necessary to limit the risk of COVID-19 transmission. If people are interested about getting information regarding this, their website is smcgov.org. We also have been participating as staff in Monday through Friday countywide calls with county staff, and they have indicated that they do not need additional vacant parcels or stations. What they need are medical volunteers and other volunteers. If you have some skill set, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a doctor, but they're even looking at students, veterinarians, ophthalmologists, anyone close to being able to supply services, please call 209-204-9160. What the county indicated was they are in need of health supplies, gowns, masks, gloves, etc. We will be reaching out to our biotech companies and others who may have these supplies. If anyone from the community works for a company that's capable of providing the supplies, please contact the county. The county indicated today they will be preparing a frequently asked questions document, and that should be available to the public on their website shortly. They indicated that there are 80 confirmed cases in San Mateo County with 40 to 45 under investigation. We have been in contact with our local businesses. So I did speak to the owners of Crown Plaza and Town Place Suites. Crown Plaza is down to 40% occupancy. They've shut down their restaurants within the Crown Plaza and may shut down the Crown Plaza this week. That hasn't been decided yet, but they mentioned they may shut down. Town Place Suites is down to 34 to 40% occupancy. So based on conditions last year, they were at 80 to 90% occupancy. So you can imagine the impacts of the COVID-19 situation to hotels. The owners mentioned that Panera, Habit, and Mod Pizza, which are located adjacent to Town Place Suites, may also shut down this week. I asked if they would perform, delivery and pickups, those type of services without the dining, and they indicated that the owners of Town Place Suites and Crown Plaza indicated that they do not. They may just shut down completely. We're working with the Chamber of Commerce and SAMCETA on impacts to businesses. As a follow-up to some of the council members in response to some of the citizen inquiries about senior exclusive hours at the grocery stores, we contacted Lucky's and Costco, who are considering that as an option. Safeway, our assistant city manager, contacted Safeway today, who indicated that they are willing to accommodate that senior exclusive shopping, which would be from opening 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Tuesdays and Thursdays. So only Tuesdays and Thursdays at Safeway, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. for seniors, and I believe the classification is over 65 years of age. We encourage everyone in the community to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 by following the shelter in place, exercising social distancing, and preventative health practices, and remaining calm during this time. One thing to note, Director Liu proposed a great suggestion that she's looking into, which is mobile recreation. So more like via computers. So how would you term that? Social, by computers anyways. So anyone that's interested in watching classes, participating in recreation activities, anything that we can provide via the web and by computer, she's looking into that, and that's something that we definitely are working on providing to the community. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Awasthi.
Thank you. Before I provide my update, Jeff, a question on one of the updates that you provided on the special senior hour for the grocery stores. So first of all, I would like to thank Dante. When I reached out, when I heard this from a number of senior citizens, and I reached out, he promptly called Safeway and Lucky's and Costco. I know we are still waiting to hear from Lucky's and Costco, but he also shared that Safeway agreed with that. Could we add, in addition to seniors, could we also add special hours for those folks if their immunity is suppressed for whatever health conditions they are in, because they, not unlike elders and seniors, are also at high risk for catching the virus?
I will ask staff to go ahead and contact those grocery stores and see if that's an option.
Thank you very much. All right. So that's great. I attended the leadership training, I believe, more than 2 weeks ago. And since then, as we all know, several of meetings have been canceled. I've been reaching out to and in constant touch with our community and helping share information and clarify rumors and trying to do my bit in helping the community stay informed. The important message, as we all have heard over and over again, is to stay at home and stay positive. So personally, I'm somewhat used to working remotely, but I do acknowledge it's not easy, but it's doable. I think you just need to be very disciplined about setting a routine and following it. And I fully acknowledge it's easier said than done, but I've seen many of my friends and many Foster City residents who are finding positivity and counting their blessings in this situation as well. So staying at home is very critical. I cannot emphasize that enough. Exploring and finding ways and alternate communication channels and finding way to connect with each other than in person is extremely important. So fortunately, we are at a time and place that we are able to do that with ease. And as city manager outlined, there are so many ways to help. There are many ways to volunteer, and information is readily available on city website and other sources. But one of the easiest thing to do, and that will help us all, is to stay at home. And the other one that I would want to make sure I mention is to buy only what you need. That is the second most easy thing to help the community, to help your neighbors. And overall, I really hope that we will come out of this successful. I feel optimistic, and I want to stay optimistic, and I'll urge all of you to stay calm and optimistic that we will look back at this and we will thank that we took over precaution, we were extra careful, and we were able to avoid a lot of what we have seen the world go through. So I want to be realistic, but at the same time, I want to be optimistic. And I want to thank the city staff for quickly transitioning and putting in efforts and hours to face this crisis that is upon us. And I'm available for the community. I can be reached via email to answer any questions or help in whatever way I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
Thank you. A couple of things. I want to thank Supervisor Canepa for his foresight and ear. He has been extremely helpful in getting the information out and pushing the remaining supervisors to do what was necessary to shut down the communities along with 5 other communities. On a note for the city, to be frank, Foster City has not done enough and needs to do more. And specifically today, as is my custom every day to take a bike ride, these days I take a bike ride with my family. What I was distressed to see was what I had heard would happen, and it happened during the Ebola crisis and the SARS crisis. When the children were forced to stay home, the parents, their inclination is rather than to keep the kids in the house, they set them free outside the house. So as I drove by Booth Bay Park, I saw numbers of children in the park and not from the same family intermingling. And as difficult as it is for the parents need to wrangle their children and keep their children away from other children, because the children will be safe, at least until today. There have been no figures for children under 9. But if the children should happen across a surface that's been touched by somebody who's infected or coughed upon, and then they intermingle, they'll bring that into the household. And if that person goes out and shops and touches some packaging, it's just a matter of time before that exacerbates. The true and only solution, and I listened to Mayor Cuomo from New York, who said some very good things, but didn't understand the gravity and the need to lock down the entire community, is to lock down the community in total. And that's what I applaud Supervisor Canepa for doing, and others in our community that have suggested that. But when you lock down the community in total, it means locking it down in total. To have your children out playing with other children on the playgrounds, which are shut, or on the fields, which are shut, or should be shut if they're not shut, is not really doing us anything. This is going to be a short-term attempt to flatten the curve, which may or may not flatten as a result of it. But if we don't do our best, it will continue, and it will continue in an insidious way to come into our community. There has been a confirmed case in Foster City, a worker in Foster City, and I know that they're doing their best to mitigate that, but the virus is not here. The virus is here. It's just not, people are not aware. The numbers will continue to climb because now more people are getting tested, so there will be a climb regardless, globally, nationwide. With regard to what we can do better, I'm not sure, other than social responsibility, which we've had challenges with in our community. And the second and most largest challenge after that are the millennials, who are realizing that this doesn't affect them. So if they don't have children, they're still going about it as if it doesn't exist because they'll survive. Well, they need to think about their parents and their grandparents who won't survive, or the people that are older in their family that will have inadvertent contact and may not survive it. At the end of the day, you have to think about that number that you just heard about the hotel and the vacancies, because the number of the hotel and its vacancies, that's a real number to us. Those 2 hotels, the 3 hotels, are worth to us somewhere between $600,000 to $1 million apiece in TOT. If this continues on the way it's going, there will be diminishment in the general fund reserve by terms of money coming into it by somewhere between $1 million to $3 million next year. So that's just an immediate impact from one small business. That's not to talk about the other businesses. And at some point, the one business that is obviously booming, obviously, are the grocery stores. With regard to protecting our seniors, we've sent out a note to the people that we know that if a senior is in need of transportation or goods and services that they can't get by themselves, we as a business stand ready to help them. And we have vehicles that can help them get what they need, because today Amazon also has curtailed some of its deliveries to others. So we will reach out to the local service clubs and the village to help them. At the end of the day, this has always been about social responsibility. And unless we can get our community to hear that in a definite sense, then we will join the ranks of other communities that have had to learn that lesson in a hard way. With regard to the finances of the city, because you have heard me speak about those a lot, that was the unanticipated consequence of this. The economy will be affected by this, not for 1 month, not for 2 months, but for a year, and maybe 2 years before it can rebound. because the impact to the individuals that service our people, the individuals that are able to work from home. And this is just a comment that was made to me by a friend and a resident who said, well, you can just stay home and work at home. Well, that's true. If you're a tech person, a business person, somebody that works in an office or with traditional white collar. But the people that serve in blue collar occupations or service the communities around them can't. And at the point where those businesses close and the Crown Plaza closes and they close for business or the restaurants close and need less people, those people lose their jobs, have to go home and don't have any daycare or school. So there's going to be a fallout, and that's why I encourage the city to do its best, to do its part to mitigate that either financially or in some sense. The city should consider, along with the county and the state, a moratorium not just on evictions, but evictions both in commercial sense and in residential senses, because the businesses that are adversely affected, and there are a number of businesses who have just started up here that don't have the same track record as other businesses, they will be thrown out. The Edgewater Plaza Shopping Center, for one, that landlord has had a proclivity for not hearing the residents and not hearing the businesses, and that is an individual that shopping center will be vacant. We have two other shopping centers in town, so I'm not sure to what degree the city can provide some sort of protection in terms of a stay, but those are things that need to be considered. But thank you for listening. It's been my pleasure to serve with you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's no question we are living in very uncertain and challenging times, the like we have never seen before. So I want to thank staff for maintaining the essential services to our community. I want to thank the county, because this level of handling this kind of crisis, if you will, really takes a lot of coordination, and it takes a lot more than one city. The city is working very closely with our neighboring city at the county level, at the state level, and hopefully the federal government will come through with what it needs to do to assist all the states in the union to where we could overcome this challenge. But also, I'm proud of our community. I'm really proud of our residents. I've been looking at social media where residents are volunteering to help other residents. And this is what communities are all about. And this is, in this time like this is where we shine as a community together, by helping each other. I see neighbors helping neighbors. If your neighbor is hurting, you eventually will be hurting. And that's where we need to come through. Obviously, we need to take precautions, and we need to make sure we are secure our family and we secure ourselves. But really, we all have a duty to help each other as a community. None of us can deal with this alone. None of us here in the city. That's why we're working with the county, working with our neighboring city, working with the state. And us as community members, we all need to be working together. We all need to be cognizant of our neighbors. Can we assist them? But again, it's all about making sure first you are secure, your family is secure, otherwise you cannot help others. So just very briefly, the shelter in place is taking place that you heard. 9 Bay Area counties did that. The main reason really is to slow down the spread of the virus. And this is so critical. If some of you are skeptical as this is an overreaction, all one needs to do is really look at the model of what happened in other countries, specifically Italy. Those who were complacent, they found themselves today in a condition where their health system is collapsing. They cannot keep up with the demand of taking care of the patients. They have, unfortunately, to make the hard decision in Italy, who survives and who doesn't, who gets the care and who doesn't. So it's critical for us to be proactive and really obey the order of shelter in place and stay at home unless you really, really have to get out, get your essential services. But what that also means, we don't need to panic at the same time. Don't go outside and start hoarding stuff from the stores. The order makes sure that the supply line continues to be functioning. All our necessity, essentials, food will be delivered to the stores. You don't need to go to the store and buy for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. You can still come out. The main thing is really when you go out is maintain your social distance. 6 feet. You see us here today, we are separated. You see the audience, we are separated because that is the critical part, is slowing down and hopefully eventually stopping the spread of this virus. Because even if there was a cure to be, or a vaccination for that, it's going to take a year and a half until it becomes available to everyone. So the critical part is to protect yourself and stop the spread of this virus. So that's why we've taken this measure. That's not us only, again, the 9 county, and probably more are following. Other counties are following the same lead. Those who mentioned that they would like to volunteer, I was on Nextdoor, and there's a few people, not couple, a lot of people want to volunteer and help the community. The best way to do that really is go to the San Mateo County website. They have a survey as volunteers. Put your information in there, and they will put you together where the help is needed. Mostly it's going to be with a nonprofit. You could deliver food to seniors. You could deliver food for those who are in need, drive, many other things you could do. So please do it in one central place, San Mateo County. There's a survey for volunteers. Put your information, and they will contact you to where you could help. We appreciate every help that everyone is offering. I want to talk a little bit about the local businesses, especially the small local businesses. All local businesses, but specifically the small local businesses. One example would be the restaurants in Foster City. As you know, the shelter-in-place order does not allow restaurants to have people come and dine in. However, our restaurants continue to operate. So what that means is you could go and have a takeout. So if you're sitting home and you don't want to eat the same food, that's a great time to make sure you go to our local restaurants and get your takeout. A word of caution, do not, because these are small businesses, do not order through DoorDash. DoorDash will take quite a bit of commission and hurts their bottom line. They are really running on a very thin margin nowadays, and especially in the food industry, because they have to spoil a lot of that food. That food, they have to buy it, it has to be fresh. So they have to carry it, they have to prepare it. If it's not sold, they're gonna have to waste it. So there's a lot of waste happening. So support your local business, support your restaurants. Another way you could support your restaurants, your local restaurants, if you don't wanna eat out today, or you don't wanna take out today, maybe you could buy a gift certificate from that restaurant to use at a later time. That would help them sustain their operation, making their payroll, making sure their employees continue to receive a check. Again, it goes back to community. We're all helping each other. If we don't, these businesses eventually will fail. This thing is not gonna go away in a week or 2 or a month. So sustainability, what's available currently, just so you know, for the small businesses, what currently available is Small Business Administration loan, period. At this point, as far as I know. I don't know if the chamber has any more information than this, but this is what I know. So this is a loan, and okay, but they need more than that. So hopefully the governor is working on something, the state will come to help, but us as a community member, we could do our part. We need food, we would like to eat from the restaurant, make sure you get it locally, make sure you go directly, do not go through DoorDash or some other outfit that will get a percentage of that sale from them. And any other local businesses, if they are open and they're trying to maintain these services for you in these hard times because you don't want to go travel outside the city, make sure you go out and patronize them. They need your business. Information, there's a lot of misinformation, and I see it even in my household about what is it, COVID-19, how it spreads, what you need to do. Recently I've been hearing ibuprofen will make it worse and all that kind of stuff. So I urge you all to make sure you get your information from reliable sources. 3 that I know of is the World Health Organization, the CDC, Central for Disease Control, the San Mateo County Health. So do not take information from social media as far as what this virus is, what it does, and how to prevent it, and how to prevent spreading it. Please look at those reliable sources. It's very important. And at the end of the day, you know, there's really no need to panic. We need to do our due diligence. But I have no doubt in my mind, as a community, as a country, we will come together and we'll beat this virus. And because we are a resilient community, we care for each other, we have great leadership in this state of California, we really do. The governor is taking great action, the county is taking great action, and your city staff and your council, hopefully in your view, are taking great action as well. So again, stay safe, take care of your family, be cognizant of your neighbors, see who you could help with your neighbors. We appreciate your positivity in this difficult time. And I have, no doubt in my mind that we will overcome, and one day we will look at this, say, we learned from this experience. But there's a lot of lessons to be learned eventually once we pass this. Thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Gahani?
Jeff, I think the word you're looking for was distance recreation. Maybe. Just made that up. I think, the council members that spoke before me did a great job of articulating some of the thoughts that I'd put together here. So I'm going to, instead of reading through everything that I've written here, I'm going to highlight some of the things that I feel will hopefully not overlap too much, but will supplement what you've heard already. So with regards to the school district, as of March 13th, the school district is currently not experiencing any delays in the construction of our new elementary school. I've been attending the county manager calls every day, connecting with electeds at the regional and state level, and educating myself on the challenges that we are facing. As of 5:40 p.m. today, some California-wide numbers. There's 529 confirmed cases, 12,600 people tested, and approximately 3,215 tests that have not come back yet. I echo my fellow council member sentiments and city manager sentiment that please continue to practice sheltering at home, social distancing, frequent washing of hands, and try your best not to touch your face. If you're looking for the most up-to-date information for Foster City and San Mateo County, please visit fostercity.org and smcgov.org. You'll find information on smcgov.org from the County Office of Education, County Health, Transportation, and small businesses will also find business resources. Now, regarding small businesses, we've heard quite a bit on how the city's engaging and staff's engaging with the small businesses. The chamber is also focused on our businesses, our small businesses as well. They're driving to understand the needs of our businesses, understanding the assets our businesses have available to share with other Foster City businesses, and understanding the assets our businesses have available to share with organizations outside of Foster City. I applaud the Chamber for their efforts there. They're also raising awareness for our community with regards to businesses that are available to meet our current needs. Please visit their Facebook page for up-to-date information. In addition to their website, to find businesses that are opening at special times for older adults and are providing delivery services for food. I'd like to circle back and applaud the efforts of staff who are not only focusing on essential services, but are also looking into leveraging technology to help extend services to all age groups at home during this difficult time. We will make it through this time, and we must come together as a community, as a unified community, to do so. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So before all of this happened, I participated, it was at the beginning of it, I participated in the Policymakers Conference in Yosemite. There were about, I'd say, 50 to 100 people there. We discussed current issues such as transportation, emergency powers, affordable housing, homelessness, climate resiliency. The last day we had our keynote speaker was Sam Liccardo, who discussed the PG&E bankruptcy and his ideas on the public solution to that bankruptcy. So I came away with it and thinking it was really comforting for me to know in a funny way that we're all facing the same problems. We're all in this together. I really felt that it was a worthwhile conference to talk to others to see how they might be handling some problems that we might have here in Foster City as well. The conference is put together by the Local Government Commission, and I thought it was very well run and worthwhile. On March 11th, I attended the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District Board meeting. And the only reason that we really met was so that we could vote on the agenda on an ordinance to authorize telephone meetings, because they didn't have that in their authority. So all of our meetings, in fact, most of my meetings now are going to be held via phone or via Zoom. The CCAG meetings were canceled. I'm thinking that those are also going to be by telephone from this point forward. On the 13th, we started having the daily calls with the county manager, the city EOC, and the health department regarding COVID-19. The situation is changing every day. On a daily basis, the numbers go up. We're coordinating with the county on our response plan as well. One thing I'd like to say is they did mention today that there were 150 people who who signed up for volunteer work on their website. So they were very pleased with that. They're trying to place people, like you said, they're trying to place people with certain people who need help. So it's not just like going out in the neighborhood and saying, do you need help? They're trying to place the help where it's needed. So I think it sounds like a really good program. In these difficult times, I do ask the council to be considerate of the staff's time, because we're working on a reduced staff. Only essential staff are working right now. So they're still trying to do their regular job, their regular staff reports and everything else. And they're also working on their essential operations, trying to deal with the COVID-19. So I would request late night calls, texts, things like that we happen to just shoot off and expect a response. Please know that really increases the stress level. So let's all try to be considerate of their time and be respectful of their time. So lastly, I am going to be sending out to the Foster City community on my mayor letterhead a letter that basically said what everybody said tonight. Just how we're handling the coronavirus, what we're doing about it, that we passed the proclamation to declare a local emergency, what that means, and I'm telling them about the partnerships with other Bay Area counties so that we're all coordinating our efforts, and just asking them to please shelter in place, because that's the way we're going to get this thing out of control. So that will probably be posted tonight on social media, and I just wanted everybody to know that was coming out before it came out. And that's it for me. So if there's nothing else, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.